This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time, I'll call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this time, I'd like to invite everybody that is present and remotely to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, all public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. City Council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve your comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the event during administrative business. Council members may ask questions of speakers if desired. Tonight we have 4 virtual speakers. We'll start with Renata Trisliawati. Sorry about that.
Renata, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Renata Trisliawati, and I am a resident of Commerce City as well as a program assistant at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And my today is to express my support to the Environmental Policy Advisory Board permanency because I realize that the environmental issue is very strong in Commerce City, and I think the permanency of this board will be very beneficial for the residents and for the community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for this speaker? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Next up will be Heidi Hill.
Heidi, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Heidi? Mayor Huseman, I do not see Heidi in the meeting.
All right, next will be Rana Sanchez.
Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I am a member of the Environmental Policy and Procedures Committee, and I'm here to thank you for establishing this very important committee, and also here to request that you support making this a permanent committee for Commerce City. Serving on this committee has been a valuable experience, and while I think we've accomplished a lot, there is still more work to be done. Some of the work we have accomplished includes gathering information from residents, business owners, and various stakeholders about what needs to be done in Commerce City from an environmental and sustainable perspective to make this city a quality community for a lifetime for everybody. Examining reliable data from a variety of sources to include best practices, and developing a 5-year action plan to realize the goals we established to make Commerce City a healthy and vibrant community. A permanent EPAC will ensure that the city and the community will be able to continue to collaborate on supporting the sustainability and environmental health work that will enhance the lives of the residents and business owners of Commerce City. We came up with some recommendations that you will hear later this evening after consulting with neighbors, city employees, the business community, and other groups in our community. It is our hope that you will take these recommendations to heart and support the 5-year action plan that will be presented to you. The current members of EPAC, selected by you, and of which I am proud to be a part of, are a group of passionate, involved Commerce City residents who want what you want, a quality community for a lifetime. Please help us participate in meeting this goal by approving a permanent environmental and policy and procedures committee. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, last we have Lucy Molina.
Lucy, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me? Yes.
We can, yes, Lucy.
Sí. Buenas tardes, buenas noches. Thank you so much, council members and mayor, for this opportunity to speak. I just want to piggyback on what Ms. Rana Sanchez just mentioned regarding the EPAC committee. And thank you for appointing us to this. I'm also a member of this committee, and I would just say that this is a beginning step that we have been looking forward to as residents of Commerce City. Like Ms. Sanchez mentioned earlier, we have together come up with recommendations for council, and also mostly that we would like to make this a permanent committee. I highly recommend and ask the council to make this a permanent committee because it's long overdue. We know that Commerce City is one of the most environmentally stricken cities in the state. I think it's about time. Again, I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to thank Ms. Rosemary also for guiding us, and for the entire, my neighbors. There was people from the south and also people from the north, and we came to find out that we have a lot more in common than we think. And the mostly is that we love our city, and we do want to clean it up, and we want clean water, and we want clean air. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak. This is Lucy from the South Commerce City. Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank all the virtual speakers for their time. We'll move on to our in-person speakers. We'll start with Burke Bew.
Good evening. My name is Burke Bew. I'm a lifelong resident of Commerce City. I'll start over. Good evening. My name is Burke Bew. I'm a lifelong resident of Commerce City. For the longest time, my address was on DeMott Avenue, but my family owned that home since 1959. I recently sold it. I'm now a resident of Connor Estates at 6650 East 60th Place. I wanted to let the council know that I recently had a letter to the editor of the Denver Gazette published on November 25th. The title of the article, the letter, is Commerce City Schools Have Run Out of Excuses. I brought hard copies of this letter, and I would like to drop these off to somebody so that they can be distributed to the council, and I hope each of you read it. I know that the city's slogan is quality community for a lifetime. As a lifelong resident, I'm concerned about the negative impact that Adams 14 is having on the quality of life. And I'd like to distribute copies or leave copies so that you can read it. It's more than I can read to you in 3 minutes.
Thanks, sir. You can leave them with Mr. Gibson, our city clerk, and he'll get it, make sure that all the city council members get a copy of that. And
Thank you very much.
Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Bew? Thanks, sir. Appreciate you being here. Next is going to be Laura Hellewell.
This is why I like to email, because it's scary getting up here. But that is how passionate I felt about being here tonight. My name is Laura Hellewell. I live in the Buffalo Highlands neighborhood off of 96th Avenue. Some people in our community know me through play dates with my kids, turned into girls' nights, or through the parent-teacher organization for my children's school, through the Quality Community Foundation, and also there are others here tonight that are my friends through the Environmental Policy Advisory Committee. I had the opportunity to work with Dr. Russo and the Lotus Consultant team, as well as friends and neighbors during this temporary committee. It was a pretty tight squeeze to get everything done in 7 meetings, but we worked really hard on it, so I hope that you guys will take the time to review it thoroughly. I'm here tonight to advocate for making a board and commission that is environmentally focused permanent here in Commerce City. Through EPAC, we were given the support and resources to do something with our friends and neighbors so that we could talk more about the environment and get a broader perspective other than just our own. I made some pulled pork dinner and I had some friends over and we talked and we laughed and we made sure that we rallied around environmental concerns here in Commerce City. Of course, you're going to read about many of those recommendations about the air quality, water quality, et cetera, but chief amongst the desires expressed by my friends was more education and more guidance from people like Dr. Russo and her team for the city to make sure that Commerce City can be safe and healthy for our children. Of course, I'm going to urge council officially to adopt the Sustainability Action Plan in its entirety and to provide city staff with the support and resources, including staff and funding necessary to implement this 5-year action plan. I helped create it, but I don't represent all of Commerce City. The needs of this community are going to change over time. We need a group of regular residents, such as myself, to continuously have input as our community grows. I ask you tonight to please consider giving the people of this city the opportunity to give input and ideas to direct the city in a way that we can grow and be environmentally friendly as well. Show us you care about the environment through doing this. As you know, there are many people here that care deeply about the city, yourselves included. You guys give up much of your time and especially family time to be here. So we know that you value us. We know that you're committed to hearing the voices of the people, and I hope that you'll make this board an avenue for people to do that. Commerce City has been and is continuing to grow faster than anyone could have anticipated. We therefore have a real opportunity here to be an example to other areas in Colorado to be able to make a quality community for a lifetime and also have a focus on their environment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Noble?
I don't have a question for Laura, but I do want to say thank you. You give a tremendous amount of time to the city. You have 2 kids. I really appreciate you bringing your little ones with you. You're getting them started early, being civic-minded. I'm sure they'll be on committees or commissions one day themselves. So thank you very much for all you do for Commerce City.
All right, next will be Chief Vinsel.
Good evening, Council. My main purpose of being here tonight is to congratulate our colleagues from Platte Valley, but I also wanted to give a little bit of an update on electric vehicles, kind of an oxymoron from the environmental side of things. I kind of wanted to do a presentation to the Council at some point in time about electric vehicles and how they're impacting the fire service. Lithium-ion batteries are starting to become a problem. We just had a fire, I believe it was in Evergreen, where a person perished in the fire. These fires are taking about 40,000 gallons of water to put out. They're extremely dangerous. Lithium-ion, when it vents, gives off about 110 poisonous gases. I know the fire marshal, fire chief out of Las Vegas, and I got a call over there. They're having a big problem with those electric vehicle charging stations that are underground or in enclosed places. I'm all about environment, electric vehicles, so on and so forth. I don't think we're there yet as far as safety aspects. We're having a big problem on extricating folks out of these electric vehicles and the charging stations. So when there is a problem in these charging in these vehicles, they are creating a huge hazard for both venting and fires. Now, 10 years ago, if somebody would have been carrying around a suitcase of lithium ion, I think this would be a much different conversation. They're very toxic. The disposal of them is toxic. Not only that, but the electric scooters and electric bikes. New York Fire Department has had several fires in the last month that resulted in fatalities from these things malfunctioning. If they get overcharged, if they get damaged, they can have a reaction out of the blue, and they're not as safe as we all think they are. So I wanted council to really realize when we talk about charging stations, underground charging stations, accidents and fires, we're in a whole nother world. We just did a training class through the North Area Fire Departments on electric vehicles, and it's quite extensive. As we start to move into this era, I want you all to think about the fire dangers and safety hazards that these are causing. It's just not the omitting of clean air. Lithium-ion recycling facilities are absolutely horrific. But not only that, but when these batteries start to malfunction, overheat, charging stations inside of houses, if one of these catches on fire in a garage, we are in big, big trouble. With 40,000 gallons of water to put one of these fires out in a small Tesla is just unheard of. So we're in a new era on looking at these things. Hopefully they come out with some safety mechanisms in the future, but as for now, we're not seeing anything so far. So I wanted to give council kind of an update. I know in the meetings it's discussed with. Just wanted to give you the fire aspect of it and the response aspect of electric vehicles.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, Chief, for bringing that forward. But frankly, that's a pretty damning report that you just gave. And I would like to ask our staff to do some research on this, because I looked it up as you were speaking, and it says that EV is not more dangerous than gas engines. So we need to get some data on this, because we're moving that direction. We have to move that direction, and we need to look at it very carefully. We certainly don't want to do anything that puts your fire department in any kind of danger, nor anyone who owns an EV. But at the same time, we need to be putting forward information that we have data for, that is not based on just incidental reports and so forth. Do you understand?
Yeah, you can just research lithium car battery fires.
Yes, which I did. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I thank you for the report. I mean, it's something that we're dealing with every day at the state. The tunnel, Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel, it's more impactful to the tunnel if a truck fire, battery truck fire caught on fire than it would be if a tanker caught on fire empty. So it's one thing to go boom with the vapor. It's another thing to reignite yourself over and over again. And so, look, I'm with you. I think done right, I think electric vehicles are a great asset to our community, but there's a lot of work to be done. It's the ultimate NIMBY move, because we are just distracting the planet as we mine for lithium and cobalt and nickel and everything else. And so it's let's move it somewhere else.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next up will be Darcy Martinez.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darcy Martinez. I am a nurse practitioner, and I work at the new up-and-coming Adams Health Department. So we'll see you soon in that aspect. I'm an EPAC member. I've been a member since the committee started, and just wanted to thank you for launching us into this space to look after our communities. We launched in a really crazy time with high temperatures, lots of air pollution and water pollution. So we definitely had our work stacked up against us, but we had a great team to help focus us. Recently, Rosemary arranged for us to go to the National Renewable Energy Labs, and that was a great tour. And there were other cities there, other municipalities. And what we realized was that Commerce City isn't too far behind. We're young, we're new, we're just starting out, but we're on par with all the other cities too. We felt just right on track. So I think we have a lot of potential, and we have a lot of support for our group, both locally, statewide, and nationally. I also sit on the Environmental Justice Advisory Board for the state of Colorado, and I feel like we hear stories from all over the state, and we take that in. That's a really good opportunity, and definitely have a lot of support there. I want to thank Rosemary and Julia from Lotus for investing in our growth and learning process. They really had to get us up to speed quickly. And we came up with a plan that reaches all residents in some aspect, and can't wait for you to hear it and see what you think. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your service for Commerce City.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Martinez, for coming in, for everything you do for the community as well. And just wanted to recognize you as well. She's also the president for the Hispanic Nurses Association, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you, and I guess we'll be getting to know you better because of your association with Adams County's new public health division as well. So thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next will be Lindy Larson.
All right, good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Lindy Larson. I am a member of both the Environmental Policy Advisory Committee and the Quality Community Foundation. I've been a resident of Commerce City for about 5 years and have a family here, raising 3 kids, very deeply committed to making it the best community that it can be. From purely a selfish perspective, I just want it to be wonderful for my kids, and I think that that's what every parent wants. And so I have that, that overlap of goals and priorities with other parents, of course. So I think before I kind of launch into a few of my short points, and I want to mention that the speakers prior to me and probably subsequently will be much more eloquent than myself, and so I admire their preparation and all that. I lack that tonight, so my apologies. I think that the discussion here that the chief brought up, with the varying perspectives on the uptake of the electric batteries and vehicles and charging stations and all that, I think underpins and is a foundational, kind of proof in the pudding of why this specific advisory committee is so necessary from a permanency point of view. We need a variety of voices. This is not a one-size-fits-all discussion, and it's not something that can be decided by one perspective or another. It takes everybody at the table, and so I think that our appointment that you all took care of for us, that you appointed a variety of perspectives to the board. I think that we're one that covers a broad range of geographic experience. Demographics, all the variety of demographics, and also perspectives on environmental justice and what that means, perspectives on sustaining our healthy environment. So a permanent EPAC is of primary importance given the need for continued collaboration between the city and the EPAC, as well as the community engagement done by the EPAC committee members, It's also necessary given the ever-changing nature of the science and data underpinning EPAC recommendations, as we heard from the chief tonight. As residents' needs evolve, the EPAC should be there to continue advocating for those needs. It's not just kind of a one and done. Throughout the duration of the EPAC, committee members have demonstrated thoughtfulness, commitment, passion, and purpose. Missing this opportunity to grant permanency to the EPAC will only risk stifling or otherwise ending that productivity and robbing residents of the potential good from this committee. Lastly, the recommendations put forth in the Sustainability Action Plan are a fantastic start, and I'm confident in our ability to achieve much more given additional time and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Noble?
I'm going to thank Lindy, too. Thank you so much for participating. Really appreciate it.
I've enjoyed it. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time this evening. Last, we have Dr. Fiddler.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm here actually for an item later on the agenda around the Steps to Brilliance presentation that you will all see, but I could not be here tonight and not take the opportunity to thank you on behalf of nearly 23,000 students and 2,000 employees in 27 J schools. I've been involved in 6 elections as superintendent over the course of the last 11 years, and I've been here when Mayor Ford and prior councils passed resolutions of support. But I cannot thank you enough, commend you for taking the tangible action that you took earlier this fall to reduce the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District tax by 6 mills, and then have the conversation about how that could benefit us and our 8 mil increase. So I'm so grateful on behalf of our students, families, and staff. We will have safer schools. We will be able to expand career and technical ed opportunities, and we'll be able to pay our folks a little bit more of what they're worth. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of our district and for being bold enough to do that. And I hope others watching, other elected officials might be as creative as you were in chasing that possibility. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions for Dr. Fiddler? Seeing none, thank you for your time this evening.
You missed me.
Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next, we're going to move to proclamations. We're going to start with swearing in some new officers.
Good, how are you, sir? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
Do you want us doing this at the same time?
No, let's do them separate. Let's start with Carly, because you're on top. All right, if you raise your right hand for me. I, Carly, am I supposed to raise my right hand? Do I need to raise my right hand? Yeah? Okay, well, all right. All right. I, Carly, how we spell this, pronounce this? Brisnahan, solemnly swear or affirm
I, Carly Brisnahan, solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States
and the state of Colorado
and the state of Colorado
and the charter and the ordinances of the city of Commerce City
and the charter and the ordinances in the
of the city of Commerce City,
City,
and that I will perform all of the duties
and I will perform all of the duties
pertaining to police officer with the city of Commerce City
pertaining to police officer
with the city of Commerce
City,
Colorado
Colorado,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
All right, how do we pronounce this last name?
Yakavetta?
Yakavetta.
Yes, sir.
That's not what's on your name tag.
I know.
Why is that?
I just changed it recently.
You just changed it,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, raise your right hand. I, Dominic Yakavetta,
I, Dominic Yakavetta,
solemnly swear or affirm
solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the laws and the laws of the United States
and the state of Colorado
and the state of Colorado
and the charter and the ordinances of the city of Commerce City,
and the charter and the ordinances of the city of Commerce City,
and that I will perform all of the duties
and I will perform all of the duties
pertaining to a police officer
pertaining to a police officer
with the city of Commerce City, Colorado,
with the city of Commerce City, Colorado,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank everybody who made that happen. I think it's a nice touch to do that in front of a council meeting and welcome our new police officers. We thank you for your service to the community as well as all the officers and the fire department and the ambulance district that is here with us, all the first responders that help to protect our community. And welcome and look forward to the great things that you're going to do for our community as new officers here. So thank you for everybody for doing that. All right, next up is going to be National Victims of Violence Against Women Day. I'll invite Michelle Sprittles Martinez, Chair of the Commerce City Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, to read the proclamation.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me. Like the mayor mentioned, my name is Michelle Sprittles Martinez, and I am the chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission here in Commerce City. Whereas the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women is in remembrance of the 14 young women that lost their lives on December 6, 1989 at Polytechnique Montreal and Engineering School in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, in a tragic, misogynistic, and horrific act of violence. And whereas as we mourn the deaths, we must also remember all of those who continue to be victims of gender-based violence, and that this violence against women is an obstacle to the achievement of equality, development, and peace, as recognized by the Commerce City Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. And violence against women constitutes a violation of the rights and fundamental freedoms of women and impairs or nullifies their enjoyment of those rights and freedoms. And the long-standing failure to protect and promote those rights and freedoms must be corrected. Whereas violence against women is particularly concentrated with some groups of women, such as women belonging to minority groups, Indigenous women, refugee women, migrant women, women living in rural or remote communities, destitute women, women in institutions or in detention, female children, women with disabilities, elderly women, and women in situations of armed conflict are especially vulnerable to violence. And whereas we are called to remember these 14 women and the countless other women who have been victims of violence: Genevieve Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Natalie Cortu, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maud Havernick, Maurice Lagnier, Marcy Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michelle Richard, Annie St. Arnold, Annie Turcotte, Barbara Klutznick. And whereas the city is encouraged to wear a white ribbon, the whole month of December in honor of women, to observe a moment of silence at 11 a.m. on December 6th and participate in the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which is November 25th through December 10th. To add your voice to the conversation on social media and share the ways that you are being a part of the solution to end gender-based violence by using the hashtag 16 days. And whereas on a larger scale, we can promote meetings and seminars with the aim of creating and raising awareness against all persons on the issue of the elimination of violence against women and cooperate with non-governmental organizations in addressing the issue of violence against women. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City hereby proclaims the 6th of December, 2022 as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, and encourages everyone to promote a Commerce City free from gender-based violence, where everyone educates themselves, their families, and their communities on gender-based violence, centers the voices of survivors in our actions, and speaks up against harmful behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next up will be the Universal Human Rights Month. I'll again invite Michelle Sprittles Martinez, Chair of the Commerce City Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations, and whereas this declaration should be constantly kept in mind as we strive by teaching and educating to promote respect for universal human rights and freedoms for every individual and every organ of society, and whereas during this month, it is critical that we support efforts and support human rights around the world, such as supporting fair trade, purchasing ethically created products, connecting with social movements, standing up against discrimination, educating yourselves on ways to support human rights, and creating an open dialogue with others. And whereas human rights are a central concern of our society, and we should strive to ensure equality for women and girls, prevent unnecessary conflict, reduce human suffering, and build equity. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City hereby proclaims the month of December 2022 as Universal Human Rights Month and encourages the community to take time to learn about different communities around the world and how we may best support human rights for everyone.
Thank you again, ma'am. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, I'd like to invite Chief Carl Craigle, Deputy Chief Chris Mulberry, and Maggie Munoz forward. And no standing in back. Come on. Just because you're taller than the other ones doesn't mean you get to hide back there. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Platte Valley Ambulance Service, PVAS, has been recognized as EMS, Emergency Medical Service, Ambulance Service of the Year by the Emergency Medical Service Association of Colorado and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And whereas each year this award honors an ambulance service that has become a leader in patient care, medical control, quality assurance, public access, and training and education. And whereas in May of 1972, to find a solution to address a local funeral home ambulance that was going out of service, the city of Brighton and the Brighton Community Hospital formed a citizen committee that would create Platte Valley Ambulance Service. And whereas in 1992, PVAS became a Platte Valley Medical Center hospital-based ambulance service. In partnership with many local first responder agencies, PVAS coverage has now expanded to include South Adams County Fire District. And whereas the PVAS has worked hard to create an environment where caregivers know that they have permission to care about people and where it is okay to take the time to identify needs and to advocate for their patients and loved ones. And whereas PVAS refers to all of its teammates as medics, regardless of their level of certification, the basic definition of a medic is simply a medical aid person. That mindset gives PVAS in daily operations. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Mayor Huseman, on behalf of the City of Commerce City, hereby recognize Platte Valley Ambulance Service for their outstanding commitment to the community for more than 50 years and extend our deepest gratitude to all members who serve PVAS.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Is there any discussion? I'd like to thank all of you and congratulate you on your award. Glad to have you as part of the community that is helping to protect our residents, and thank you for everything that you do, and thanks for everything that you'll continue to do going forward. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. If you all join me up front for a photo. Is Ms. Sprudels Martinez still here? Yes. All right, we'll do the fire and the ambulance district first, then we'll do those two with Ms. Sprudels Martinez.
good. Mr. Davis, we'll have you go left, we'll have you shimmy left. Ms. Noel shimmy right, and Mr. Davis shimmy left. Oh no, that works too. You can do that. That's the opposite. Yeah, shimmy versus a. Is it different than a shake? Yeah. Probably better get my definition. Thank you.
Of course, I'm gonna try to stay as long as the kids will.
No worries. Are we doing it again?
Yes.
Oh.
Do it together. Yeah, yeah. It's a rare.
Love your hat.
I see Mr. Huntington has a new camera and lens combination to play with. All right, we are doing good on our time. We're going to move on to presentations, which first up is the Oil and Gas Monthly Update. I'll invite Dr. Rosemary Russo to give the presentation.
Well, I just want to start out by thanking everybody that gave public comments tonight. I think it's a real reflection on a successful community collaboration. So, gracias por su ayuda, por un trabajo importante. And so I'll start tonight with our Leading by Example, our municipal operation projects. And so last month, our team came together and identified 18 projects that the city was thinking about implementing for 2023. And part of the process was also developing a system for how we would use the $50,000. And so the team had a few options. One was to use a database and put projects in, so it would be less objective. Another option was to look at projects in terms of giving all the money to one project. A third option was using the money for matching as these grants from the state and federal agencies become available. And then the fourth option was really looking at measurable goals and trying to identify projects that would help us achieve these goals. So again, there was a list and we had associated goals and 2 or 3 projects within each of those goals. And what rose to the top after the vote was tree planting, community gardens, protected bike lanes, and having paid interns. And so those projects really address 3 different goals. So that's biodiversity, it's adaptation, and it's also transportation. So going out to the community initiatives, I'm very excited to report we have our first draft sustainability plan. It's being reviewed internally, but that will be available by the end of the month, and then we're scheduled to have a study session on it January 9th. But within the sustainability plan, Lotus and EPAC identified city targets in various sectors, and as well as a number of ranked recommendations. So part of the plan, in addition to those recommendations, was really synthesizing all the work that Lotus had done under the various tasks. So, you know, what we started with was that greenhouse gas inventory, but then also the technical assessments for water quality and air quality, looking at the municipal operations, and then what we've been talking about at the last few meetings is the extensive stakeholder engagement. So I'm going to go through the different top recommendations under each of these focus areas. So I'm going to start with my favorite area, education and outreach. So some of the top recommendations that came out was supporting workforce development, supporting a business program, and then just increasing education and outreach between the city organization and the community. In terms of energy efficiency, the EPAC was very supportive of the International Energy Conservation Code, developing codes about energy efficient appliances, and then also helping to educate and offer incentives to the business community for fuel switching. And then under renewable energy, what the committee is recommending is really regulations to look at emissions and make any oil and gas projects carbon neutral, also supporting community scale renewable energy projects and programs, and advocating for the clean energy agenda at the state level. In terms of transportation, we spoke about this at the last month's update, but really looking at pedestrian safety and bike safety. We've done some initial work about safe routes to school and then anti-idling resolution. In terms of community health, again, we had touched upon this, but really looking at health studies that we can do with biomarkers to look at the cumulative effects of some of that air contaminants. And then also to monitor metrics to reduce barriers to accessing health care. And then under funding and purchasing, there was support for a climate action network letter, developing a roadmap of removing and preventing pollution from some of the industrial facilities within the community, reassessing air quality standards and monitoring, and then exploring incentives to enable renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies. And again, a lot of this kind of work can be done through these grants. So we're just trying to position ourselves to be in good standing to be a recipient. So then for adaptation and mitigation, it's again participating in the various air control working groups. We have a GEMS working group. There's a healthcare working group. There's a sustainability front range working group. So we are participating in these various task force and working groups so we can be more competitive at the federal level. In addition, the committee wanted to declare a climate crisis to generate momentum behind sustainability, publicize information on sustainability-related state legislation in the areas of recycling and waste diversion is really looking at our waste management contract to implement policies to increase our waste diversion, developing ordinances that require recycling and possibly composting, and especially having curbside compost and recycling services to support DI neighborhoods. And the last two categories, in water and in biodiversity, tree canopy, and food, some of the recommendations included more information about the PFAS, identifying threats to the water quality, and that was one of the tasks that Lotus performed for us, and then developing programs to convert landscaping to more native plants and gardens, and then working with South Adams. And then the last one, biodiversity, is developing landscaping standards that support nature-based pollutant capture and resilient green space. So that's the whole low-impact development. And then also identifying aging and diseased trees and replacing them with natives, and finding feasible locations for fruit trees, and starting at urban food production initiatives. So in terms of state and federal, there are two major grant opportunities that are will be available in the next few months. The first one is the Justice 40, and that's a federal grant. And basically what it says is that 40% of investment that the federal government makes should be going to DI communities. So we could be very competitive in that arena. And then the second one is the state EJ grant partnership. I know several council members sent me the announcement, so thank you. We did participate in the informational meeting. We have been working with EJ Task Force. I submitted comments to them a few months ago, and in January, we need to go before them and basically just express an interest in applying, and then identify what projects are available. I have been working with the school systems, and today I had a meeting with Adams County so we can have a strong collaboration, because that's really important for the grants. Another issue in the environmental arena is we are updating the intergovernment agreement that was with Tri-County, that will be with Adams County. And so basically that will cover 4 full scope visits and 8 limited scope visits. And so I've gone on some of those visits with them, and so has a few of our staff. Our Suncor update, Suncor had a meeting about the third quarter community air monitors. Several council members I know attended. Basically, the data showed that none of the exceedances were above the acute or chronic health risk assessment levels. Again, those are guidelines. There was a very interesting discussion about cumulative impacts during that meeting. And today I spent actually 5 hours at the CDPHE, and we talked about that issue again, and not just for Commerce City, but statewide, but particularly because the new GEMS rule will apply to Suncor. And so we were talking, one of the things that was discussed was cumulative risk assessments. For this last month, there was one exceedance on Veterans Day. It was a flare exceedance. It just went under that heating value that the flare is supposed to maintain. And then in terms of oil and gas, not a lot of new information. We still have 2 active sites. There hasn't been any additional spacing applications or wellbore applications to the state, but we continue to monitor them. And that is my presentation, but I'm happy to entertain questions, comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I was curious on slide 9. It had mentioned, I was just curious if the Urban Land Institute for Commerce from the Commerce City Technical Advisory Report was used for that.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, because, well, do you feel Commerce City should have a transportation demand management policy like Denver? Because it was recommended in the report that was done for Commerce City in the Urban Land Institute report, and it's on page 22, and that was done for the whole city as well, because it did, it did state in the report to add a bike lane to 64th Avenue, so it wasn't just pertaining to the 72nd Avenue. So I was just curious if that could be included in, because I know Denver has one.
Absolutely, and back to the fire chief, I'll look into research too about the EV safety, because I mean, I've been in the EV field for about 20 years, and that was a little surprising to me. So, and I have, half my cousins are firefighters in New York City, so I'll ask them as well. But yeah, I'll do additional research too and bring that back next month.
Okay, great. And then, thanks, I didn't see it mentioned in the slide, but is this the same presentation where it mentioned Republic Services Tower landfill? Okay, yeah, because I think that was slide number 15, and it stated Adams County Health Department will conduct 4 full-scope site visits and 8 limited scope visits. I was curious, what does that involve and what does that mean? And then what will they be looking for during that site visit?
Sure, so the limited, so I've gone on a full and a limited, and so limited might be where you're just looking at groundwater and doing samples, and you look at the leachate around and make sure the liner is working. A full assessment goes through their whole permit and says, you know, what have there been violations of, you know, fugitive dust or, so there are different categories, because a lot of times the people from the health department are sort of focused on either they're an air specialist or a water specialist, and so and then they provide a report to the city as well. If there's violations, they also write up the mitigation strategies.
Okay. So since there's so many residential homes close to that area, do you know, have there been any violations to date?
No, actually, Towers has an excellent track record.
Okay, great, okay. And then my last question, on slide 17, where it mentions about the sensitive group. I was curious who was in the sensitive group and what populations was the sensitive group from?
So sensitive groups are generally young children and older adults. So young children are usually considered in sensitive groups for health impacts because their lungs aren't fully developed, so they're breathing a lot harder and they breathe a lot more, so they get exposed to a lot. Well, it's not that they get exposed to more, but it impacts them more.
Okay. And then it talked about chronic versus acute conditions. So with the chronic, was something initiated for the cancerous exposures due to the chemicals?
Right. So acute might be, you know, you smell benzene and, you know, your respiratory tract is impacted. And then the chronic is, you know, the things like cancer, leukemia, endocrine disruptors, so your ability to have children. And so those are all in the chronic category.
Okay. Now, I understand what chronic and acute means, but I'm curious, was something initiated or what are we doing about that?
No, so none. So over the past 15 months that they have been doing the monitors, nothing. There hasn't been any exceedances above the health advisory limits.
Okay. So, and there's nothing, because I know like when you get into chronic, that's like lung cancer, stomach cancers as a whole chronic. So, but at this point, there's nothing with the health department either being initiated to try to prevent this?
No. The issue that makes it difficult is a lot of these limits are based on a single chemical. And it's very tough to say if you're exposed to both benzene and toluene and particulate matter and high NOx, what are the effects? And then it's equally as difficult to say that it's based on one cause. So is it a facility? Is it all the vehicle traffic we have? And so that's the reason why Darcy, for one, but a few of the EPAC members were suggesting like these biomarkers. So they're more thorough health assessment.
So you're saying they did start some monitoring with biomarkers then? Or they were just is there something
There's,
to
they
be-
haven't initiated any of these types of studies, but these are the type of studies that maybe, if it's at the preference of council, that could be one of our EJ grant applications, to do a biomarker study, or to do some health study within the community, or within maybe a neighborhood that are experiencing higher health impacts.
Okay. Yeah, because I just wanted to add, I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I do think it is relevant eventually that be added, because I know Commerce City does have one of the highest chronic and acute conditions, and I would like to know more information. Are they related to the chemicals within our city? But thank you for the report.
You're
Councilmember
welcome.
Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Russo. And I want to congratulate you on the huge success that you have made with the, especially with the citizens of the city. Just seeing all of the support that came to the podium tonight and online as well, to say what a great job you've done and that they would like to see this continued, speaks highly of who you are and the work that you've done. So I just wanted to congratulate you on that. But I do have some questions.
Okay.
So under greenhouse gas inventory, we have business as usual plus strategy models. Could you explain that?
Sure, and this is what will be in the study session, but within the report, basically what we modeled out was if we continue with the businesses we have and we project the growth of square footage, the business as usual is what is that projection? And then within the model, you can put in certain strategies to say, okay, if 15% of our new houses were electrified, how did the emissions go down? So the model will allow you to take these strategies that were recommended by EPAC, or strategies, that council has a preference for. We put those in, and we could try to project out what those reductions will be. So it's a method to compare different strategies, not just in terms of greenhouse gas reductions, but also like you can put in co-benefits, or you can put in, the economic analysis. So, what behooves us? Is it looking at codes, or is it EVs, or is it planting, an additional 100 trees? And so the model, you put the different strategies in, and the model will allow you to make these projections.
That's wonderful, thank you. And as far as Republic Waste, so those site visits will be conducted by the Adams County Health Department, which is new, right?
Right, so Tri-County was conducting them, and the agreement is, it's paid for by Towers, and then we get the report, but, I've invited staff along. People are welcome to come in if you're curious.
Oh, that would be awesome. I'd really be curious about that, because I know, like, they allow the dumping of produced water, which is from the fracking sites, and some of that contains radioactive material, and they accept those things, and I'm very concerned about that, especially being so close to residential that's just around the corner, people living right across the street from that, and I want to make sure that we keep our citizens safe. I have one last question, and that is on the map pertaining to oil and gas development. I'm curious what the key means. We've got orange and yellow, and we've got Blue Jay and Pelican are yellow, and those are the two active sites?
Those are the only two active sites.
All right.
The other sites are inactive and withdrawn.
And what about Heron then? Because that's also in yellow.
No,
That is the one that's on 96, and I believe that the developer's calling that a natural resource district. Is that?
That's withdrawn. That's
Okay,
not
so
active.
that should not be on the map any longer?
No.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report and for all the efforts of the EPAC committee, all of the ideas that they came up with. It's almost overwhelming. There are so many great ideas. And I think that's the first question I have for you is how you envision us wrapping ourselves around these and prioritizing, because I'm thinking that staff needs to bring us back a package of ordinances or resolutions as appropriate, and choosing from that broad list some specifics.
Yeah, so at the January 9th study session, the report will be published before then, so you'll have a chance to really read through the report. But at the study session, the idea is that we'll have the model, and you could see what how different recommendations play out in terms of reductions. But within the report, there's also resolutions, and there's measurable targets, and there's the baseline data. So I think how the sustainability plan is different from, the comp plan or other plans is now we have a baseline data. So it's like if you were saying, I'm going to lose weight, you have to know how much you weigh and all the options. Like, am I just, and so we're going to have that list of recommendations. We'll also have at least, 3 to 5 resolutions. So resolutions about anti-idling, resolutions about EPAC permanency, EV Go resolutions, a resolution perhaps to approve measurable targets. And so you can really start to track, air pollution reductions or increases in, waste diversion. So rather than, having commodities go to the landfill, the whole recycling industry is based on volume. And so, we can start to, if we get more robust data, we can say, okay, well, we have a lot more aluminum, and then their price goes up, and then that makes, if it's Waste Connections or whatever recycling company will actually end up being more successful. And so at this point, we really don't have a lot of robust data about our waste collection and disposal.
With regards to Tower landfill, I'm not sure that we're in the place yet to draw conclusions about how safe that landfill is around residential areas. There are no air monitors that are assessing pollution in the air from the landfill, and no way of being able to determine that, yes, that's the case. And that is definitely something I've wanted, is to have air monitors as a baseline for North Commerce City. We know that there are issues in South Commerce City because of the toxic industries in the south, but we also have industries. We have a toxic recycling facility that is just south of 104th. We have the Arsenal, and we have the Tower landfill. So we need to be able to have some sort of baseline for that area also. With regards to baselines, I've always wanted, I had the great opportunity to work at CU Anschutz, and of course got acquainted with the Colorado School of Public Health there. It just has always seemed to me that that's an opportunity to collaborate with them, with some of the researchers there, to do a study so that we have some way of knowing, to talk about the things that the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, and that you've talked about, and the committee members have talked about as well, to share resources that way. And finally, two things. Lotus report. I'd really like to be able to see the Lotus report. I want to know what they saw as our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
Okay.
I don't want to hear the interpretation, I want to read it. And the final is that the COGCC is making a decision about whether to move forward in defining cumulative impacts. I define cumulative impacts as propensity, proximity, and density. Intensity. Those 4 things. So Commerce City certainly has that issue. Were we involved in helping to determine if there was going to be any decision-making by the COGCC? Did anyone invite us to participate with them?
Well, we're part of the local oil and gas roundtable, and so that group submitted comments about the cumulative impacts.
Okay, excellent. And when will the COGCC hold their hearing to have that discussion then about whether they're even going to consider cumulative impacts?
I don't know that date, but I'll find it out for you.
Okay, great.
And then, and back to the towers. So even though there's not continuous monitors, that's part of those full scope and limited scope is they do air monitoring. But like you said, it's not continuous. So that's another thing we could put on the project list for EJ communities. That would be great.
Yeah, and they don't reveal that data to the public, as far as I know, do they?
Yeah, it's part of public record.
It's on their website or something? Is that what you're saying, Dr. Russo?
It's on their website. It's difficult to find, but the city gets a copy of the report too, so we could provide that to you.
Okay, that'd be good. And what is CCND?
That's the Community Monitoring Network, the Montrose Network.
Okay, and that's Suncor doing the monitoring of itself through Montrose. And I want to make that clear because that is not the other organization that got a huge grant from the state as part of the penalties against Suncor. So we are not getting that data from their group right now. We're only getting Suncor's Montrose report, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But Cultivando's information is up on their website through Boulder Air. So that data is available too. And then Tri-County lists the results from their air monitors as well. So there's 3 data sources.
That's correct. And I just want to be clear to our community that there are different evaluations going on and they may not necessarily match. So if you're seeing CCND, you need to understand that that is the one that Suncor is doing versus the one that Cultivando is doing versus other organizations. So we need to get the whole picture.
Cultivando's is interesting because they added like air dispersion. So they'll show you on a given day what the air patterns are.
Yeah, and that's always helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple quick things that I heard in that conversation. First, if we're going to move forward on evaluating the statement made by the chief, I would like to bring a third party because I'm quite honestly embarrassed that we question an expert like that. And so would rather someone with direct expertise come in and take a look at that because that is about the 30th time I've heard that in the last 90 days about the fires. And so I think there's some smoke there, if you will. The other thing is, before we move forward, I would like a voice from the business community. It's deafening how silent the business community has been on just this whole process moving forward. And not too long ago, I remember our city's slogan was "People and Industry Together," and we seem to forget that connection and where more than 3/4 of our tax revenue comes from, because for the success of the city and the programs of the future in the city, we need to continue to have business mindset and not just throw them out with the bathwater. Of course, I want the community to have a voice, but they're very much part of the success of our community.
So we did have the business and industry breakfast and we went over all the EPAC recommendations. We did list it in the the Chamber of Commerce newsletter.
I've talked to 7 businesses who refused to go to that because I didn't feel it would be beneficial.
And then the invitation went out, because I checked our invitations, it went out to over 76 businesses for the breakfast, so.
Hundreds of businesses in Commerce.
Councilmember Kim.
Hey, Dr. Russo, so out of those businesses, how many have actually attended when you had the discussion with them? Just curious.
The business industry breakfast?
Yeah.
There's, I would say close to 30. I mean, we have the list, but they were, a lot of them seem to be bigger businesses, or some of them were the regulators. South Adams County came, Republic came. I'm just thinking at my table. Allied Aggregates attended, Waste Connections.
So there was plenty of businesses that were out there to support and to help be part of the solution, not part of the problem, right? At least that. So that's a plus. Thank you very much. And then I think to Councilmember Noble's point, I think she kind of stole my thunder. I was about to ask you about the air monitoring CCND on slide 17, but just to understand that is Suncor's report that they provided to us, stating as far as what their assessment is, stating that there is no acute issues across the residents, no chronic issues whatsoever.
I would just clarify that what they're saying is not that there's not any impacts, it's that there's been no exceedances above the health guidance limit.
And then, do we have a third party? I think you had mentioned it, a third party that says something else.
So the health department also does air monitoring.
Okay.
And then, so the community air monitors, there's 9 stationary air monitors that Montrose, funded by Suncor, has, and 1 mobile unit. And then Cultivando has 1, and then the health department has another. And then there's now continuous monitoring required by the air toxics rule. So now there's at Suncor, and some of the 2 other facilities will fall under that within the next couple months. They have to put on fence line monitors for air toxics.
Awesome. Okay. Just want to echo what the sentiments as well. Appreciate you and the rest of the residents as well as being part of the EPAC as well. Appreciate all the information and updates. I think sounds like something that's going to be pretty good in the end of the day. So, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So to clarify, Dr. Russo, you did say it would be possible if it was at council's discretion to give updates on chronic and acute conditions that occur due to the chemicals. Is that possible?
If there would need to be a study. I mean, we could say, like we do the Suncor exceedance, we could say if any of these levels are above the guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a step away, I think, from what you're asking.
Okay. Well, I would like to make a motion then that we do have updates or a study is done to notify the council and the city of what chronic and acute conditions that the residents are facing due to these chemicals.
I have a motion to have a study done on acute and chronic conditions related to these chemicals. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim?
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to have a study done in inclusion on acute and chronic conditions. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Sure, what's the cost, or what are we gonna do if we find an issue?
Well, can you report Well, I would like a report back of possibly what is the cost, but even if there isn't a cost, we shouldn't have to pay for anything that is affecting our community, because I would like to know myself some statistics and what these conditions are, no matter what the cost is.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. All great questions, all great points of conversation. I think the other thing, just for you all in this consideration, is not just cost, but obviously, I think Councilmember Noble brought it up, prioritization. Where does this stack with other items that came out of EPAC? And what is the bandwidth and capacity that we have right now? Rosemarie is a one-band woman with respect to sustainability and the management of everything that we have tasked her to do. So I would ask you all to give that some consideration. And if that's where you all want to go, I think it's going to be some, I'll call it, just rather frank conversations on what needs to fall off if we want to take that first step about the impacts to our community. Just once again, trying to maximize the resources and the capacity we have. So wanted to put that out there for your consumption.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, to clarify my questions, what regulatory authority do we have if we were to set, if, you know, we did a study and we found that there's cumulative impacts? It's my understanding we have zero regulatory authority to take any actions beyond that. It would be back onto the state who regulates the air quality of the industries in our city.
No, the local jurisdiction has to be as stringent. They could be more stringent. But
Sure.
again,
Sure.
again, it goes to the cost. But, you know, I could do some research on what that cost would be, especially if we wanted to go for a grant. But I think after the January session, when we see the whole plethora of recommendations, it would be easier to make that determination. Because the EJ grant, there's only 8 grants that are going to be awarded, and the maximum amount is $250,000.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, to amend or clarify my motion, I would like to get more information as to the cost and more information from working with the Adams County Health Department to know actually is there a cost, but how much is it going to cost, just to get an update on what chronic and health conditions are affecting the residents in the city due to these chemicals.
Okay, I can reach out to Adams, and then also your suggestion, Councilman Noble, about CU anschutz.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I have a motion and a second to have the study done. Is there any other discussion?
Did we amend that? Did you amend that?
Well, yes. To see if there's a cost, but I still would like it to remain like it is to get updates.
All right. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So I just want to remind everybody that, yes, financial health is important, but the health of humans far outweighs the financial health of any institution, including the city, the businesses, all of it. So if the businesses are doing business as such, and it's impacting the health of our citizens, I don't understand how that could outweigh the physical and mental health of our citizens and our residents. So to me, this is a no-brainer. I don't care how much it costs. And there are a lot of businesses here that do self-monitor, and they do things that they know impact their neighbors, and they don't care because profits come before people. And that's not why we're here. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst?
Sure. I can remind everybody too that part of their health is being able to provide for their family and having jobs close to their homes instead of moving and having a longer commute, which has a disproportionate impact on our environment, moving people close to their home and finding a way to make that work. and be successful in making business and communities work together is what we're here to do, not to, run businesses off so we don't have a place to work and provide for our families.
But they should also be held accountable to, to understand the cost of doing business and at whose expense are they making money and whose expense are they putting food on their table and not thinking about other people's children.
All right, I'm all in favor of having this study done, but I think what I've heard is there's a lot of things that we need to look at in holistic manner, and there may be more important things that have come out of the EPAC that are being recommended to us versus this. And so I really feel like we need to wait until staff has had an opportunity to evaluate that and come back to us with a package that is more holistic in nature than just picking and choosing, because if we take this one item and we elevate it and then something else comes along and we elevate it on top of that, this is no longer a priority and we end up not getting where we're trying to get to. So I'm in favor of holding off as opposed to moving forward until we actually find out from our staff what exactly we are trying to accomplish and where we're trying to go. So for that reason, and only for that reason, I'm not going to support this at this time because I want to see the whole package as a package. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Where are we at? Nays have it? Okay, thank you. All right. Is there any other discussion on this topic? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, I wanted to find out if tonight was the night to extend EPAC, or did you want to wait until January for that as well?
I think wait until January when we have the resolution. So the city attorney's office is looking at the resolutions that are part of the appendices of the report.
Okay, I'll do it then. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to thank all the members of the EPAC that either Zoomed in or called in or came in person in order to speak. I'd like to thank all of them for their, for one, being here and speaking tonight, two, for all the work that they've done in the committee itself. I did discuss with Mr. Hayter, would like to make a motion to direct City Attorney's Office to draft a resolution that would make the EPAC permanent and bring that back to us December 19th for a vote. Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to direct City Attorney's Office to draft a resolution making the EPAC permanent. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion. Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you very much. That was what I was aiming to do earlier. So I'm glad that we're moving forward with it. No sense waiting until January, apparently, Dr. Russo. Let's just do it tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again, ma'am. Appreciate your time. We will not see you before the new year. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you. We'll see you in January.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
All right, next up is Footstep to Brilliance presentation. I'll invite Jason Rogers, Acting City Manager, forward to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Dr. Carla Loria from Adams 14 with Dr. Chris Fiedler from Brighton 27J. Today, led by Dr. Carla Loria, we'll be having a brief discussion about an opportunity that will provide supplemental educational opportunities for children within our community in partnership with a nationally recognized nonprofit organization called Footsteps to Brilliance, which is also on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. I'm so excited to bring forward this exciting opportunity. As your Adams 14 Board of Education liaison to City Council, I would be remiss in simply stating that I'm very excited to bring a positive thing as we just heard a little earlier, rather than the ambiguous and inaccurate negativity that's often in the news. As your liaison, I'm also open to any discussion with that. I'd also love to leave with you a new Be a Part of Our Story pamphlet, which talks about the great work we're doing to bring great educators and staff to our district. With that, I would love to introduce Dr. Loria. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Major Huseman, members of the board, thank you for having us here. Indeed, we are excited about bringing forward this opportunity. I believe literacy is very important in our city, actually for every child. And this is an opportunity to offer high-quality literacy resources for students, especially from ages 0 through 5 years old. So we have here a few individuals. I'm going to be introducing them in a minute, but I also would like to introduce and have, well, if you want to say anything. Okay, well, he's really quiet. Dr. Fittler, I reached out to him and proposed this initiative. I want to make sure that you hear that there's no cost to any of us, no cost to any of the districts. This is actually an opportunity for us to partner. Not looking for excuses of what happened in the past. I'm not here to give any excuses of what happened in the past. I am here to ask you to join us and partner with us to provide resources that our community needs, because it is long overdue for students to get resources for a better education. I would like to introduce Footsteps to Brilliance, Model Innovation City. This is a license that creates a turnkey citywide literacy education for our students. It allows school districts and cities they support to cost-effectively scale award-winning resources to every family within their jurisdiction without spending additional monies on hardware, infrastructure, or maintenance. It empowers parents as well. There's a very important component for our parents. That is one of the things that excites me the most, to help parents with tools to share responsibility for their children's education and academic success. Footsteps to Brilliance is a nonprofit organization founded in 2011, and it is an early learning technology company located in Washington, D.C. And I would like to introduce to you Dr. Greg Spencer. He is virtual here, and Ms. Veronica Gallardo. Dr. Spencer serves as a Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Equity Initiatives at Footsteps to Brilliance, with a focus on bilingual early literacy and equity access initiatives. Greg has created an innovative social justice, next generation, sole source, equity access, and collective impact literacy approach to help children read and succeed, with a focus on birth through third grades. He serves all children with a special emphasis on impacting Black, Brown, Native American, underserved children, parents, special needs, migrant, newcomers, Title I, linguistically gifted, GATE students, dual immersion, adult learners, and families. Dr. Spencer is a former superintendent, principal, teacher, elected school board member, city commissioner, and state assembly legislative aide. He also is a life member of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, a best-selling author, a confidential success coach, and has lectured at USC, TCU, Holy Names, Merritt, and Miracosta colleges. He has advised senators, mayors, superintendents, and police chiefs as well. He is passionate about impacting students, and I am very excited to have him help us present and help us learn more about this resource for our families. And we also have Ms. Veronica Gallardo. And if I can find it here, of course, now it moved everywhere. Ms. Gallardo is the Director of Strategic Partnership with Footsteps to Brilliance. She is a former elementary principal for 2 schools over 10 years. She is a credentialed reading specialist, bilingual in Spanish, and taught kindergarten through 1st grade for over 10 years. So without overdue, I will pass it on to Greg. Greg, you are actually able to drive from there, so you can use your screen.
Great, thank you. But Dr. Lloydia, thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor Huesman and City Council members and members of the audience. We really appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief overview of who we are, what we do, and how we can help serve and impact your community. I have family in Brighton and in other parts of Colorado. I'm in San Diego right now. But one of the things that we really focus on is coming together and partnering with innovative, disruptive, transformative superintendents, mayors, and city and community leaders. One of the things that we're really proud of is the fact that when we come into a community, we are able to come alongside and really create a collective impact approach that is customized for every single community. We're serving over 90,000 classrooms now and millions of children around the US and the world with our platform that is available online or offline on any device 24/7 in both English and Spanish. The other key thing, as Dr. Lloydia mentioned, is that our parent university to impact adult illiteracy, but also to empower parents, Head Start, early child care centers, the churches, after-school daycare centers, anyone and everyone that works with children and families. That's where we want to come alongside and help accelerate the great work that's being done. What we find is as an organization that is focused on keeping our children out of prison, on the road to lifelong success, as a former elementary school dropout myself in Oakland, California, where because I could not read, write, or function, I became a gang leader at the age of 9 and joined the Black Panthers after being recruited by Huey Newton and Angela Davis at the age of 12. One of the things, sadly, on my journey that I learned is that without community leaders that intervene in my life with programs similar to this in a different way that allowed me to progress effectively, I would not be talking to you today. So this is very personal to the work that we do all across the US and now around the world. Because the White House, the United Nations, and the World Bank have recognized our work, we've been able to come alongside of leaders and really do two things very effectively under their leadership. One, we provide an additional resource because the problem really is not when school starts for our children. For too many of our children, it's before they get to school. So we provide a multi-million-dollar grant called the Model Innovation City Initiative that when we license our program to serve the pre-K through third grade students in the schools, we then provide 100% free access to every single resident of your entire community and your entire city. It's been a game changer. And because of this, kids are now coming to school reading and ready to learn. We know the unfortunate things that have happened because of COVID and are going to continue to impact our children. But we know this as well. Too many of our children's success in the future is based upon where they grew up, their zip code, very similar to mine growing up. If we don't have a solid foundation that starts at home in the community, we are going to lose more of our children because by the time too many of us get to school, it is too late. So what our founders did is that they looked at the data because it costs $1,000 a day to incarcerate a child in America. Footsteps to Brilliance, when we license our platform, is just pennies per day per licensed student. And because of this, we have then created a multitude of 3 basic applications that can be accessed live on the internet, or you can download the apps and you can access them and use them offline. When you're near Wi-Fi, your data will pull up so that the student, the parent, the teacher and administrator, and the community members can see what's appropriate for them to see in terms of what's happening. We're able to do this because we're able to monitor in real time exactly what's going on. We now live in a time where education is no longer available to our kids 8 to 9 months a year. We now need to educate our children 12 months out of the year. Our approach is very simple. We provide a gamified application, 15 minutes a day. Children who play with our platform 15 minutes a day are seeing 7 months of literacy, reading, and writing achievement in about a 30-day time frame. Now, I got to tell you something, that's unheard of. Because we engage with parents in a gamified way, and because we're working with special needs kids, we're working with gait accelerated learners, we're working with adult learners, we're working with kids that are deaf. It doesn't matter the learning style. We're the only platform ever created that allows that learner to engage with learning at his or her level and then to challenge them to move to the next step. And because of our ability to have a sustainable model that's measurable and accountable, all learners in our communities can now access Footsteps to Brilliance in a very, very simple and significant way. But what does this mean? This means that now we can impact our children anywhere, anytime. School no longer ends at 3:15 or 4 o'clock on Friday. The learning, the gamification takes place all the time. And make no mistake, our platform is fully academic English and academic Spanish. And because of this, newcomers and others that are being challenged with the English proficiency are able to engage with Footsteps of Brilliance like never before. Veronica, I'd like to share the next couple of slides, please, with your perspective.
Absolutely, Dr. Spencer. Good evening, everyone. The opportunity we have to support children as they develop language, the base for literacy begins with children speaking and talking to adults and having conversations. And that authentically happens when children get to bring what they have, their background, all the capital that they come to the classroom, to the community, and to every experience. And so this idea that we can connect what a child knows already, whether it be their exposure to the natural world, their exposure to family stories. Now we're looking at the capital that children have, and those academic registers now become an entry point for the child because we've taken the register of the home, of the playground, grandma, grandpa, wherever they are. And we're helping now develop an oral language that's going to help support the language and literacy required for disciplinary literacy, whether it be in our sciences, mathematics, and whatever career goals the children choose to participate in post-secondary education. We're aligned to the science of reading. It's all embedded. With background knowledge and vocabulary knowledge, we really have an opportunity to change the game here. Developing vocabulary for kids in that lexicon bank is going to be key if the children are going to read with enough fluency to support comprehension. We have embedded within all of the books everything we know that is good for children. So under that umbrella of phonological awareness, then you could just think of a phone, of those small sounds that the children hear. When you think of nursery rhymes and you think of children breaking up the smallest units of sounds, we follow all of what is required for the children to progress through a very sequenced, explicit, systematic instruction, starting from phonemic awareness. We have the phonics component, vocabulary, fluency, and the most important, that writing. When children have the opportunity to take that oral language and to express themselves and then put it into print, they can now develop their storytelling, their comprehension, their writing, and complement every curriculum that is being presented to them at school. So it's not something that they're going to do in isolation. It's something that's going to enhance that core instruction that the children are receiving in the house. For the part where the children get to write a book, this is where children are able to use the language of Spanish, should that be the primary language in the home. We know that developing the primary language is going to have a direct correlation with adding a second and a third language. And so children to be able to express themselves, to be able to go into a classroom, have the teacher present a unit of study, and then the teacher assess and look at where they're at, and then provide specific designated assignments just for them and go through that cyclical cycle, is really a game changer, because the teachers now have more than just another literacy program. They're able to provide STEM learning, social emotional support. They're able to provide real-time feedback to the kids, because you can push through all of this content just by the click of a button. And once the children have access to the internet, then all that data gets pushed back. But if they're home and if they're at the park, or they get picked up after school, or they are at a Boys and Girls Club or a Girls Inc., they're able to use the platform, and all of the data gets sent back to the local education agency, the district, the classroom, to see how the children are progressing and to see what the kids are doing. So there's always this growth mindset embedded in there, where the children get to see how well they did. They get to see their progress and get to share it with families and everyone in the community. Because we know learners work best when they're in flexible groups, meaning we're not going to keep the children locked into a group. They will have the teachers, a local education agency will have access to different entry points of data so that you can know where the children are at any given point. What we're seeing is that everybody wins in this model. This is just one snapshot of the growth that we're seeing with all of our population of students. But when we're looking at the sense of urgency to help children accelerate their learning and give them an opportunity to learn even when school is out or during breaks before school, the amount of time that the kids are spent using the platform, it's allowing us to accelerate growth that is going to be measured in months by them just playing 15 minutes a day. That in turn allows us to focus our attention and to pivot so that we can allocate money in areas such as STEM, environmental literacy, science, instead of adding the money in things that we could have prevented. And that's where this model innovation city really comes in. It's a true collective impact. I spent time looking through your Colorado family home to school connections, and the very first chapter there, I believe it was like chapter 8, it nailed it. It talked about the 50 years of research of that it takes everyone in the community to provide the type of teaching and learning experiences that the children deserve. And so for this, you have an amazing opportunity to provide this model and come alongside other leaders across the country that are doing just the same. This is just a snapshot of some of the folks that have partnered with Footsteps to Brilliance and have designed their own unique opportunities for all of the residents in their communities. And pictured here are just a handful here of some of our innovative leaders that said, yes, the children deserve this and so much more, and have really opened up the door so that all children come to school, to their communities ready to go and to learn. The community impact banner outreach, this is just an example of the unique ways that Footsteps to Brilliance leverages your city initiatives and comes around to support your entire community. Families will have access to downloading the app, and our marketing department. In fact, I was just on a call with one of our principals needed support, and there's literally someone there on the phone to connect with parents, with anybody that is taking up that important call to serve children, to support them. And we certainly give our huge thanks to Dr. Gloria here and you, City Council, for giving us this time on the agenda to think about children and to literacy, and to think about the possibility of what this can do for all of your residents within our Adams 14 district boundaries, so that families can access the language and literacy instruction that is going to be necessary for them to choose to pursue the careers of their choices and career technical education, for our children to start at community college learning right after 8th grade, 7th grade, take advantage of every learning that is possible. And as Dr. Spencer briefly mentioned, this is all possible because when communities license, then we in turn kick back that equity grant. And that's what allows us to provide the platform to everyone in the city, to be able to download, to learn online, offline, libraries, to be in partnership with after school programs, and for kids to have that civic engagement. You couldn't hear me clapping, but it was amazing to see the men and women standing there serving your community. So thank you to them. Those are the type of partnerships that little children get to develop. And there's nothing, I think, more precious than when a child gets to see the community through the eyes of the men and women that are preparing them for that next step in their lives, for them to take on that role and maybe innovate that role and make it even better. Some of our city leaders from around the country have celebrated the success of the children through different celebrations and bringing together champions for children that are all going to get behind the mission of serving children and families. And as a teacher for 10 years, I got to hear children read for the first time. I got to see them light up and write. And so now any adult that has a heart for little children is going to be able to come alongside kids, families, neighbors, grandma, grandpa, and support them to access the language and the literacy skills to build the background knowledge for them to choose what careers and trajectory is available to them. This is a video that we can show you, and this sweet face makes me smile every time, and it's one of our partners down here in California, San Bernardino County. So let's check it out.
Footsteps to Brilliance is a literacy tool that provides the foundation for proficiency needed for our early learners. It's a platform for literacy where students are on this platform just 15 minutes a day. In 1 month, they'll show 7 months of gain in key early literacy skills. In our county, we have a vision, and that vision is the vision to read. We know that by 3rd grade, if children are reading at grade level, they will be very successful as they pursue their academic goals and their career goals in the future. And so we want to do everything we possibly can to support literacy in our county, and this is a key step in making that goal happen. And Footsteps to Brilliance is free for students and families across our county. Our San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Office is partnering with First 5 San Bernardino, the County Preschool Services Department, and the Children's Fund to begin Footsteps to Brilliance across our county.
We've always wanted to be able to give that family and those parents something they could do at home that could help build their children's love of learning and their literacy skills. Footsteps to Brilliance is the answer I know I've been looking for the last several years, because now, even without necessarily having an internet connection, our families in our community are going to be able to download the Footsteps to Brilliance app, and they're going to have access to thousands of learning games, all of this wonderful software, thousands of books, word exposure. They're just going to have all these things right at their fingertips, and they can use it on a smartphone, a tablet. They can use it on a desktop computer, an iPad, an Android. It doesn't even matter. They can use it any time of the day or night. And like I said, they can use it with or without internet access. So I think it is a game changer for our community because it's allowing us to bring education to the homes on almost any device that they can think of.
In addition to preparing our students to be capable readers, to give them experiences in language and literacy that they need to be successful as they come into our schools, Footsteps to Brilliance also has amazing opportunities to develop their STEM learning skills as well. There's opportunities to read and engage with text that's grounded in science. There's opportunities for our students to develop their technology skills and competencies as they engage in the platform. And there's opportunities for our students to develop their basic math skills through Footsteps to Brilliance as well. So that not only are we creating students that are well developed in language and literacy, but they have the other well-developed skills that they need to be successful Common Core learners.
This is exciting news for me that you guys are taking the time to spend time with the parents, having these workshops so that we can help teach our kids so they can have a better chance than we did.
A feature where the child can write their own book is going to be really helpful in both learning and comprehension and sharing what they've learned, to be very proud of what they've learned. I love the fact that Footsteps to Brilliance is in English and in Spanish. The ability for the parents to work right alongside children is very important to their learning. Parent engagement is vitally important to the child's learning. By having it in both language, and the parents can join along with them, and the parents can learn English themselves.
I really think this will change the landscape of San Bernardino County when it comes to literacy and really the future success of our children, particularly our most vulnerable children. I think this tool being available to everyone in our county will be an incredible addition to the future of San Bernardino County.
As we wind down our time with you, I'd like to have Veronica take a moment and just give you a brief overview of our platform. And you can also go to our website and be able to play with it and kick the tires for free as well at footstepstobrilliance.com. But Veronica, would you go ahead, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the landing page. And so everyone in your community will have access to either a secret, super secret code or a parent login. So you can start it off here. You'll see different levels. When children enter school, they have the opportunity to take, as I mentioned, that register of the academics and elevate that. Through Footsteps to Brilliance, the kids are going to have a bookshelf and a wealth of resources. All of the books are automatically available to children and to families in English and in Spanish just by the click of a button. The children get to read a book and they get to
Get out the
listen to it.
clothes. Written by Kristen Bale.
Every book has readability measures, so you'll be able to see the lexile, the guided reading level.
My mom
The kids can
and
tap
I love
for each sentence, for each word,
love it when each
or
season
they can
changes.
just hear
That's
it
when we do
anywhere.
our clothing exchanges.
Children also get to record. This is especially important as children are developing their expressive language, for them to be able to speak, to think their thoughts out loud and record themselves, for the teacher, for the adults to be able to listen. All of the books are interactive so the children can engage with them. So when you think of a digital text like this is not where kids are just hunched over, sitting down, working on a computer like an adult desk. This is something that the children are going to get to work with in a center, get to talk to someone. Children in this realistic fiction book are learning about the seasons. So at a very young age, they're getting opportunities to think about the world around them. They get to develop some academic language. All of the books are organized in that same way. There's different levels here. Our Animal STEM series is a great way for the children to learn the alphabet, letters, letter sounds. At the same time, you're capitalizing on children's natural curiosity of the natural world, developing their ability to fall in love with the sciences. If we're going to have kids be good stewards of our environment, we have to teach them at an early age what our natural world looks like. And there's no better way than when children engaged in books that have to deal with animals. In the level 3 book here, you also have a more sophisticated text, and this is for all learners, and especially parents that want to get to engage with the text and be able to learn some of that learning alongside with the children. They can toggle into Spanish as well, and they get to read now with the kids. So now we've taken down that barrier of language, and the children are learning in English at the same time the families can read and think and talk in their primary language, which we know is really important for the children. And that's all done by the toggle of a button. For our youngest early children to develop the phonological awareness necessary for reading success, we have a playlist of nursery rhymes. And here the children get to sing, they get to play, and they get to engage with the language of the text, for them to hear that sound and for them to begin to play and understand how spoken words come together. This text is also interactive, so the kids can play. So really the idea here is that children have ample opportunities to text that are going to support the science, that are going to support early reading and literacy, but give them the opportunities to think, to talk, and to fall in love with learning to read and to write. This is our QR code, and for those of you that have a phone, I would encourage you to scan that. It just gives you a little bit more information in terms of what we do and what we offer.
Great. Thank you, Veronica. Dr. Laudia, Mayor Huseman, or board members, if there are any other questions or comments, we'd be glad to respond.
Councilmember Kim.
Thanks for the presentation. Really much appreciate it. Looking at the website too and all, are you guys just only located in San Bernardino County, right, or Napa County right now, or where else are you guys located at?
We're all over the country. We
All over
are,
the country.
serving 90,000 classrooms and millions of children and families across the country. In January, February, we expand to 14 countries in Africa,
Nice.
Philippines, Cambodia. So we're worldwide.
Awesome. And then my last question too is within the app, how often is the information refreshed as far as the learning from level 1 through 3?
So currently we have over 4,000 books, games, and activities. We're a publishing company, so everything you see has been created by our organization. So every month we're adding on new activities, games, and books and so forth.
Awesome. Thank you very much. It's a great presentation overall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer and Ms. Gallardo, and also from Adams 14 as well, Doctor. I just think this is a great presentation as well, and it seems like something that could really help the school district. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman, and thank you, everyone, for making the presentation tonight. Really appreciate it. It was a great presentation. Does every child need to have access to technology? Do they need to have web services and a tablet and everything to make this happen?
So no, they don't. And I'll have Veronica jump in, but that's a great question. What we're all about is making sure that there's equitable, equality, collective impact access. So our platform is certainly can be accessed on any device, internet, or via our apps. But there are other elements of the platform that be used for kinesthetic learners away from technology. We're very sensitive to that as well. Our kids are getting more than they need nowadays. So we've designed programs within our application as well. So we work with your community-based organizations and so forth. So there are many activities you do away from technology using our platform, but it's all tied to standards and tied to the curricula of the district. So when kids are even playing at home, they're still aligned with the district. Anything you want to add to that, Veronica?
Yeah, just for the educators in the community, whether it's programs before school or anyone inside the schoolhouse, there is a scope and sequence. So it's definitely going to support any literacy center that the teacher would want to plan. I think, favorite component is that we no longer have to say to a child, oh, you didn't have that. We can print out 5 sets of letter names and cards, one for grandma, one for the backpack, one for the cubby, one for the after school program, and goodness, one for the nurse if that's the child that ends up going to the nurse because they need to attend to some type of IEP or a goal in the speech room. And so this is really providing access to children so that they come into school glass half full on their way to overflowing. That we are not saying because of a circumstance that a child doesn't have what they need. So the kids can access this anywhere. But once the app is downloaded, and if they are playing at home, as soon as they get back into the schoolhouse or they get into a Starbucks or anywhere there is a Wi-Fi, all of that data then gets fed back to the teacher. But as long as, let's say they're on winter break for 2 weeks and they're playing, they can be offline and they can have access to it on whatever device the family or the school or whatever they're using. And then the data will get uploaded as soon as they hit a Wi-Fi spot.
So how are the devices provided for then? Are they paid for through the program and then each child gets one, or how are we assured that every child is included?
Well, the devices are the devices that parents already own. Their iPhone, their tablet, Droid, computer, it doesn't matter, or via school. Or what we also do is we work with folks in the community. So for example, the average person has 3 old iPhones or devices in their drawers. So we work with the community to create a give back program, and they donate it. We clean it off, and then we can download Footsteps of Brilliance as a learning tool. So there are multiple things that we do working with community leaders, philanthropic organizations as well, to make sure that people have a device. But let me just say this. You might have one device with 5 kids. Each child gets their own access code so that one device can be shared with this multitude of folks in the classroom or in the home environment.
Okay. And then it seems that you're very dependent on parent interaction. What if parents, what if kids don't have parents who are available to interact, or, you know what I'm saying? You don't get to choose your parents.
Yeah, very true, very true. So what we do in those instances, and everywhere we go, we run into that. In fact, we're now being used in prisons across the country, probation departments, and so forth, because that's what we're trying to mitigate. So we have a parent university outreach that we do. We customize it for every community. Each zip code may have a different need. And this is where we work with you to in your community to work with the churches, the after-school daycare centers, the community support agencies, and so forth. We work with WIC. We work with all these agencies, and we work alongside of them to train and coach parents on how to engage with their kids, or it could be an older sibling, or it could be another influencer in the community. So we customize this outreach, and it doesn't happen overnight, of course, but we're consistent when we do this. And this is what we found in San Bernardino County. 2.5 million residents are using our program now, and with great impact, because we were sustainable with the outreach that we did.
And just to add to that piece, Councilmember Douglas, we're also looking at having our own students support younger students. So for example, we can have third graders supporting kindergartners, fourth graders, first grade, high school students supporting younger students. And even parents, sometimes they do not know, because when I was a parent, I'm like, where do I start in, participating or having a discussion about a book with my daughter? This will be opportunities for the parents to also learn how to interact, to empower them, to have conversations in their native language, if it's Spanish or if it's English, knowing that the majority of our community here speaks, 2 languages. And then expanding that to also, as it was mentioned by Dr. Spencer, to after-school programs, boys and girls clubs, in start developing more support systems for our students and role models for our students.
So I can see that it's important that we have a good community here to support all of our kids, no matter what family they come from.
Absolutely. I think when we looked at this and I learned about this program and the opportunity, I said, we're going to bring it to Adams 14. The vision of our board is really to be able to engage in very different ways with our community to really support and provide high quality education for our students. But this is too good to keep it for ourselves only. It is about the students of Commerce City. It's about our community. We're going to start with providing supports to years 0 through 5. One of my degrees is in early childhood development. And the research is very clear that many times, our students come to pre-K or kindergarten already having a gap in the vocabulary that puts them behind. So this is an opportunity for us to start early, actually connecting with our doctor's offices and our healthcare providers, so that when a mom is coming for prenatal support in follow-up, to start learning, how can I start supporting my child from birth? Because just reading a book out loud or having a book read out loud is going to be of incredible benefit to our students.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And don't forget that we do have a youth commission here in the city, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here this evening with us. I appreciate it. I do have a question for Dr. Fiedler. Are you going to implement this program as well?
The key word is, well, several keywords: free and research-based. So we're very interested. Carla brought this to my attention. We've met with Jason as well. And part of the caveat is, you serve 2 school districts in Commerce City. So we're very interested in pursuing this as well.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Laurie, I appreciate you going out and finding this program. I think it is an amazing program, and the results speak for themselves, and look forward to seeing the results helping students in our community, as well as those before becoming students in our community. My question to you is, how can we support you? What do you need from us?
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. Thank you for having us here. I am very excited, and what I would like to know of you, if it's you as a council, you're interested in partnering with us, we can take it from there. But I think we will need to know if you are interested in pursuing this. Of course, you saw the banners, you saw the media that is going to go out. You will be part of, all of you and in the different boards. Superintendents will be part of that. The goal is to really do a very strong outreach to our community so that everybody knows of these resources. So what we need of you is to know if you're interested, and then from there we can take the ball and keep working with Jason.
Very good, thank you, appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any objections to us partnering with the school district on this program and being part of those banners and that outreach? No, we fully support you and look forward to seeing the success of this program.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. We'll bring it back so that you can have updates, frequent updates.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove one? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Madera.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the November 7th, 2022 regular meeting, minutes of the November 21st, 2022 regular meeting, minutes of the November 28th, 2022 regular meeting. Ordinance 2452, an ordinance amending sections 215200, 215248, and 2111200 of the Land Development Code relating to the land use table, definitions, and supplemental regulations for lodging establishments by amending the lodging minimum room requirement and creating consistencies in the land use table. Resolution 2022-105, a resolution authorizing a lodging tax rebate incentive for 96 and Tower Road, Inc. Resolution 2022-106, a resolution authorizing a lodging tax rebate incentive for DIA One Pearl LLC. Give me just one moment here. And your vote is open. Councilmember Davis? Oh. Your vote's reopen. Yes. He was a yes. Okay.
Consent agenda passes unanimously, 9-0. Moving on to public hearings. Our first public hearing is Resolution 2022-100 for the CAPER, the Evaluation Report of Community Development. Remind council of the following: use the public hearing only to ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you vote. Council members not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. This time I will open the public hearing. Invite George Lewis, CDBG Coordinator, to provide the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is George Lewis, and I'm the CDBG Coordinator. Today, I'll be going over the CAPER. Since 2016, the City of Commerce City has received CDBG funding from HUD in support of the development of urban communities in low to moderate income areas. Through sub-recipients and internal agencies, we provide support to low to moderate income areas of the City of Commerce City. The CDBG grant is administered through our consolidated plan, which is approved by council every 5 years. At the end of each program year, the city reports on the accomplishments and the progress towards the consolidated plan in the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER. The CAPER includes reports on resources and investments, activity performance, progression of affordable housing in our area, and citizen participation efforts. For 2021, the CDBG program was funded $431,414, and we expended $325,825. This is a reimbursement grant, so the numbers will be rising with each invoice being processed. Above listed are our goals and outcomes for the program year 2021. We are actively working on improving the services provided for our LMI residents for our program year 2022. Listed above are more goals and outcomes. Many programs were able to assist more than anticipated. Above is the demographic information for the residents assisted. The public comment period started on November 18th, 2022, and ended today, December 5th, 2022. Comments for the CAPER or the public hearing could have been submitted to my email. The CAPER is also available to view on our website. The CAPER will be submitted on actually before December 28th, 2022. At this point, I will open the floor for questions or any comments.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you for the report. When the money that we receive doesn't match the money expended, is it a use it or lose it?
It's actually something that goes into, I would say, like a bigger pot, and we would continue to use it. The difference between the number that we received and that we've used kind of changes based upon the invoices being processed. Like I said, being that it's a reimbursement process. So we do have different invoices that are in process at the moment that will actually raise that number of expenditures. Also, the salary and our HUD support services are included in that as well.
Yeah, thank you. And what does LMI stand for?
Low to moderate income, I'm sorry.
Okay, and could you give us some examples of what you would like to be doing that would increase the support for the LMI individuals since we didn't attain that goal?
Yes, ma'am. So within the last year, I would have to say my predecessor left a point where there were some things that need to be connected. And I've connected with those sub-recipients and those programs to where we will be back on track, and we will be going more into homes to doing paint reconstruction. We'll be doing minor home repair and things like that. At that point, we'll be able to help more low to moderate income residents as we weren't able to provide those assistance before. And also, being that the year is going to be opening up and we'll have better weather, the seasons will permit different activities that we can help residents as well.
That's great. And you were very successful under infrastructure in overachieving, if you will, on that goal. What would be examples of programs that fell under infrastructure?
We have things like access housing. Before, when we were doing more for 2021 as opposed to 2022, we did do a lot of minor home repair in the past, and that's where a lot of the money has been expended, and that's where we'll be continuing. Like I said, there was a gap in between, and that's what I've been trying to work very hardly to basically bridge.
Okay, and where's the best place for residents to go who need assistance? Because these are all programs that are offered through Commerce City.
So depending on the program, we have different application processes. Reaching out directly to me or also to the subrecipient can help as well, just depending on which the activity is. For, I would say, minor home repair, you can come to me or the website. We have applications or even at my office that they can pick up, or I even mail out to some residents. Different things like access housing or audio information network, we have different flyers and things like that where they can actually contact the subrecipient directly, and that's how they will actually help them out. I don't have an actual application process for some of our subrecipients. For most of them, I do, especially when it comes to minor home repair.
And is there a specific web address?
Well, I actually have a department, category on the Commerce City website under CDBG. Under that, there will be the application for minor home repair and basically any application for any activities that we serve that I approve.
Okay, so it's under CBDG or under Community Block Development Grant?
CDBG, which stands for
Or
Community.
CDBG, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I see, these initials
I'm sorry.
get us all confused, right?
Yes, ma'am. It'd be under the Community Development Block Grant.
Thank you very much, George. Appreciate the report.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. There's a slide that is persons assisted by race and ethnicity. So I'm curious if those numbers overlap, or if they're in separate categories, because we've got by race, so we've got white, black, or African American, American Indian, or Alaska Native, other, and then there's a separate group that has their own numbers by ethnicity. So how does that work?
So this is based off of the application process that they sign up for when they apply for any of the assistance. They go ahead and they actually self-identify, and only certain activities actually have to identify race and ethnicity based on their the reason they're serving the community. An example would be something that's open to the community, like a park. They wouldn't basically take information as for the race and ethnicity of every person that walks in, but for like minor home repair, when they are checking the income and everything of the sort, they would basically fill out a self certification where they would basically provide that information.
Okay, and do those numbers overlap then? Like, are any of the 109 Hispanic, are they part of the race category, or they're simply separated by ethnicity?
Completely separated by ethnicity.
All right, thank you. And then if somebody doesn't know what CDB, what is it again?
CDBG.
Yeah, if they don't know what those letters stand for, how can they access help?
That is a good question. My department is basically advertised on the website, and I'm actually in the office. I am available by phone, but you are correct. It is very hard to understand what CDBG is without knowing that acronym.
So I think we should do maybe a little bit of reexamination on that so that people understand what it is, and if they're in need, that's where they go to access it. Because if you're just looking at an acronym, that might not mean anything to you, but you might be in dire need of assistance. So if we could like tweak the website, that might be nice too. So people type in, I need help, it takes that person to you so that they can get the help that they need. So thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have any virtual speakers. Are there any in-person speakers on this? No. Were any written comments received by the deadline? No. Great. This time I will close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-100. Councilmember Noble.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-100. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-100, a resolution authorizing the submission of the evaluation report CAPER for the 2021 Community Development Block Grant Program year.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-100. The clerk has read the title. We'll take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Won't see you before the holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Thank you. You have a great holiday as well.
Great. All right, next up is going to be public hearing for rezoning the southwest corner of East 54th Place in Quebec. This is case Z-981-22. I will remind council of the following. Use the public hearing only to ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you vote. And council members are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You should rely only on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time, we'll invite the city attorney to address the council.
At this time, I'd like to ask, is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Will the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. This time, I will open the public hearing. Invite Harry Brennan, city planner, to provide the presentation.
Good evening, council. I'll try to keep this brief in interest of time, but as mentioned, the case before you this evening is a zone change request for two properties, 5441 and 5451 Quebec Street. And this is a request to change the zoning from the existing I2 to a proposed C3 zone district. Even though the properties are currently zoned industrial, they are both noted in the future land use plan as commercial. The south lot recently developed under an approved development plan and now has a 3,000 square foot building that has 2 suites. One of those suites is currently occupied by a retail marijuana store. The suite that faces Quebec Street is currently vacant. And on the last slide, I forgot to mention, the north lot is currently undeveloped and there are no imminent development plans. The intent behind this application is in order for the property owner to be able to market it to a commercial type user. There are obviously some very notable differences between the allowed uses in a commercial zone district specifically in the I2 industrial district and the proposed C3 commercial district. I do also want to highlight that retail marijuana is an allowed use in both of these zone districts, and so this zone change would not impact the existing retail marijuana store in terms of its being a legally or a use that is legally allowed under zoning. And this also would not necessarily promote or prohibit or make anything harder for a future retail marijuana shop. So in essence, there's no change by this request. As mentioned, this request does comply with the comprehensive plan in a number of ways. And this case did go to Planning Commission on November 1st, and they voted 5-0 to recommend approval. This evening, the applicant was not able to attend in person. They may be on Zoom, but staff is also here to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for tonight's presentation. Just one question. You did mention in the presentation, so even as zoning I2, and if it gets changed to C, there still could be a potential marijuana dispensary there, correct?
That's correct, yes. Good question. So it is an allowed use in either of these zone districts, the I2 or the C3. A retail marijuana store would need to go through, as the existing store did, it goes through a separate licensing process, which does require public hearings and things like that. But yeah, in terms of the effect on the existing retail marijuana store, this zone change would not impact that store either.
Okay.
Thanks.
So even though there's 4 along there within 2 miles, there's still a strong possibility, or do you know what the owner possibly plans to do potentially?
The owner has mentioned a restaurant. The site, just based on some loose calculations that staff have completed, the site is tight, and so for parking, you would be able to accommodate a restaurant potentially on that northern site, but it would be small. It'd be probably less than 2,500 or 2,000 square feet. The the parking requirement is less for retail, and so they've mentioned the possibility for other types of retail. They have not mentioned a desire to do another retail marijuana store on the north lot, but yeah, as you mentioned, it would be allowed under the proposed zoning as well. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions for staff? Councilmember Kim.
Hey, just a quick question. So I'm looking at the other slide, slide 14, approval criteria. Just a probably ignorant question at that. You said it's on here that as far as it was criteria was met, it says no outstanding concerns from referral agencies. Were there any concerns at all that came out from other agencies?
There weren't any real concerns, and I would say that's primarily because there was no development proposed with this zone change. So comments actually were quite limited from all of our referral agencies on this.
Were there any concerns?
No concerns. No concerns. There were statements about impact fees for if and when it develops. But yeah, I would say that there were no concerns related to the change in the zoning itself.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Douglas.
I don't know if this is appropriate to ask, but the owner of the property, do they own the business where there's the present marijuana?
I believe they do, yes. The retail marijuana store that currently occupies one of the suites in that building on the south, I believe that is owned by the property owner. It's the same owner that owns the two properties and the business that is in the building currently.
And so potentially they could expand their present operation into the other half of the building?
I would say that could be a possibility. I believe there are licensing restrictions on the square footage that's specific to the space they're in, or the proposed space they're in. So I do believe that would impact their license, and they would need to go through city approvals before they
So
can do that.
there are licensing restrictions, but we don't have any restrictions in the city as to how close you can have one marijuana shop to another, or cannabis, whatever you want to call it.
That's correct. That's correct. There are proximity restrictions for retail marijuana stores and proximity to schools, parks, and things like that, but there are not co-location restrictions. So there's not a distance requirement between two different retail marijuana shops currently.
And then the other part that we're asking to look at the rezoning, that's a vacant lot, is that correct? And they own that as well?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, and there are no plans for development there?
None yet. They haven't submitted anything to us. No pre-apps even. It's just been sort of potential ideas for a retail shop or a restaurant if they can fit it with the parking.
So they would build there?
Yeah.
And is there enough room then for parking at the?
Yeah, we would go through, so any new construction on that vacant lot would need to go through a development plan process with the city. And so we would review the site at that point and ensure they were meeting all the standards in terms of parking and landscaping and whatnot for whatever use they were proposing.
So, and if they wanted to, they could build another cannabis shop?
If they could get a license, yes, I don't think that's, or yes, it would be a possibility, yes.
Thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Councilmember Noble.
Hi, I'm looking at the future land use map, and I don't see how it was industrial because that whole strip shows as commercial. So what's the situation here?
That is a good question, and it's my understanding that the property was zoned industrial essentially since the very early days of the city that preceded the future land use plan that shows this area as commercial. So I think the thinking was that the area was more industrial in nature in prior decades, and then this future land use plan envisioned sort of a commercial transition for this whole corridor. And so that's when sort of this, you see the red color come along Quebec Street. And I should also note that many of the properties to the south of this particular set of two parcels has gone through a similar zone change from industrial to commercial in recent years.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you again, sir, for your presentation. We have 0 virtual speakers registered. Anybody in person? No. Do we have any written comments? No written comments received. This time I'll close the public hearing. I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-981-22. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-981-22. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carried.
Nay. Nay.
Just one? Motion carries 8-1. Now I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z-981-22 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z-981-22 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-981-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning properties generally located at the southwest corner of East 54th Place and Quebec Street from medium intensity industrial district I-2 to regional commercial district C3. Your vote is open.
Motion carries 8-1. Going to move on to resolutions. First up is Resolution 2022-102, contract renewal for citywide custodial services. Do any council members have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-102. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-102. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I just want everybody to know that I was not happy with the study that was done. I wasn't happy with the way this came forward. And I'll be a yes vote on this because of the fact that we have to have janitorial services. But the way this transpired did not sit well with me. And I felt like we paid $30,000 to deliver what the department who asked for this study to deliver a yes to them, to give them what they wanted to hear. And I thought it was $30,000 of the taxpayer money that was not well spent. And I will be a yes on this because we have to have janitorial services, but I did not like how this transpired, and I want that to go on the record.
Councilmember Kim.
So listening in on this, when this came out, I think that absolutely, as it was echoed during the last session, kind of coming out last minute. I won't say last minute, but just coming out just about a month in advance or so that we have to just quickly, snap our fingers and say yes or no to this. I would agree that yes, we do need the janitorial services for the city, and I think the route that we're going right now for us to do this with this contract for the first year is ideal. But then after that, I would like for the city to start looking at taking that over to do the hiring, basically getting people in to be hired versus having it hired through a through another company. Does that make sense? So,
Yes, sir. If that's the will of the body, then we will take appropriate action.
all right. Well, then I would like to amend the request for an amendment on the current motion to where we actually have, we contract just with this company for the first year, but then thereafter, the city needs to take a stance as far as, hiring its own custodial services.
So I'm looking for specific language that you want to amend into the motion. It's difficult to try to kind of craft that on the fly with an idea or a concept what we're doing. So maybe if we can have the original motion restated, and then you can offer your amendment with the language you'd like to see in that. Is that possible, Mr. Mayor?
The original motion is to approve Resolution 2022-102. I believe what Councilmember Kim is trying to do is to amend Resolution 2022-102 to reduce the time period from a contract of 2 years to a period of 1 year.
That is correct.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to change the contracting period from 2 to 1 year.
I have a motion to amend Resolution 2022-102 to reduce the time period from 2 years to 1 year. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to amend Resolution 2022-102 to change the time period from a 2-year contract to a 1-year contract. Mr. Rogers? Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
So what happens if we change the contract terms and they say no and we have no janitorial services for the following year?
The Public Works Director is coming up to answer your question, sir.
Sir, the current contractor has agreed to the terms of the contract. The contract that's proposed to them, which is as well proposed to you, is a 1-year contract with a 1-year option additional for 2 years total at the prevailing rates that are stated in the contract.
So that option was presented to them. When we talk about the contract, we don't present it as a 1 year. We present it 1 year with an option, correct?
They're only guaranteed 1 year. The 1-year option is at our discretion.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate that.
If I may, may I have a moment to confer with the director?
Absolutely.
If I may have a moment. So sorry for that delay there. I was just conferring with the director, just trying to correct the record. What you have before you is an amendment to the original contract that just extends that contract for 1 year. So it's not a 2-year agreement that's before you. It's a 1-year extension. That's what the actual agreement is. The amendment is, it's in the record. When you look at the resolution, that reference to the 2 years and the total expenditures they're under, that's the cumulative of the 2022 spending plus the 2023 spending. Is there any questions about that?
Just to clarify, the resolution 2022-102 approves a 1-year extension to this contract?
Correct. It is
you.
approving a amendment to the contract that when you're in the record and you look at what that link to the agreement, which should probably have been titled, amendment to the agreement, that goes to the actual First Amendment to the Master Services Agreement. And the only thing that's really changing there is the term of the agreement is extended through December 31, 2023. So then in your resolution approving this amendment, you are also thereby authorizing the additional expenditure for the extended term, because the total expenditure is not set forth in the underlying agreement.
Pardon my ignorance, I'm confused on section 2 of the resolution. It talks about amount not to exceed $1,085,661.12 for the entire proposed 2-year term. Is the resolution consistent with the agreement?
As far as my understanding, and if you want to give me a minute, I'll pull up the original agreement, which I believe is closer to $500,000, that then this, or a little over, would have been a little over $500,000, that this total here, this 1.085 million is the 2022 and 2023 cumulatively.
Okay, I also see on the resolution, it says, whereas city staff wishes to amend and renew the contract with the contractor to provide an additional 1 year of services to the city. So it does look like that is in consistency with the agreement. Given this information, Councilmember Kim, do you wish to rescind your amendment motion?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Great, and Mayor Pro Tem, the motion is being rescinded. You as the seconder, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. So we're back to Resolution 2022-102, which we have a motion and a second to adopt. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, so my question of staff is, how do we achieve what council members Douglas and Kim were referring to?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Noble. I think, quite honestly, we're going to have to get back underneath the hood and kind of look and evaluate some of the realities that we're seeing in the market, but also present additional data prior to the budget, because obviously the budget would be where we would have to identify the necessary resources and/or if we can be able to get there or cannot, and if we cannot, what the potential consequences may be without a contract and/or additional resources. So I suspect we'll come back before you all with another conversation about all of the facts, right? You need the facts, so that we can receive direction on the path to take forward that will be representative in the budget. So second quarter.
So we typically get the written budget around August. So in theory, you would need to have this information to us late spring, early summer.
I would say we would be shooting for Q2, because it's not just looking at the budget, but it's also how do we then, if this moves forward, after having all the facts and information, how we would internally need to staff up various functions to accomplish that, and/or have contingencies in place if we could not. So.
Okay, and do we need to make a motion to memorialize that?
I would say if that is the desire of the council, yes, it obviously gives more clear direction. But I know we've been talking at the executive level here while you've been deliberating that this is something that we need to come back before you all. So we already have it on our parking lot, per se.
Okay, well, I'm not sure where to go then, whether, because you suggested that yes, it would be good to make a motion, or no, it wouldn't be necessary.
We are agnostic to the direction, but we have it in our own goodwill having to come back to you all. So it's more or less if you want to make it clear for the community and once again, something that we can refer back to, but it's already on our target list based on the night.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll pass on making a motion on unless someone else wants to.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I did double check the executed master services agreement from last year, and it did indicate that the annual cost for the first year was $523,920. So that number in what you have before you tonight is the cumulative year one plus this year two.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think we should move this discussion further and run a motion because I do think we need a timeline so we're not pushed up against the wall, if you will, next year. So somewhere, like June makes sense to me, but I'm just throwing that out there. Because I really see several issues in the presentation that was given to us that shows why we're just not doing this on our own. Because in my opinion, we'd be taking this on internally if it was feasible. And I understand, I think my counterparts' reasons behind, our community's growing, we want control of our, and accountability to our cleaning and janitorial services. But what I heard from city staff was hiring, not management, but just hiring, period. We got the 4 full-time employees, but beyond that, it's a struggle to keep those 4, plus adding on part-time staff seems to be not just a struggle in this job category, but most job categories. And so my concern is that we go down this direction. If we don't start early enough, we go down this direction, we put ourselves in this direction, and we can't fulfill our own hiring needs. And so we're in a really bad spot where we're doing last-second contracting with a third party.
I would say if you all do want to make a motion, June is too late in my eyes because the budget's right around the corner. And that requires a level of heavy lifting on making sure that we've got numbers right, requests right, so forth. So I would say April timeframe, end of April, that we'd want to bring this information back to you all.
So I'll go ahead and
You can't make a motion because a motion is already on the table and it's a completely separate motion. Can we please vote on the first motion? And if you wish to take this up, administrative council business would be a perfect opportunity to do so.
We've made motions all day today.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-102. Will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-102, a resolution authorizing the amendment and renewal of contract for citywide custodial service to Town and Country Development Corporation, DBA The Key People Company.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-102. The title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to Resolution 2022-112, an IGA of the City of Commerce City and the URA. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? See, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question, well, a few questions. Where did the name, it's going to be like a multicultural building, correct? But I want to know where that name originated from.
That building,
Nope.
There we go. That building has multiple names depending on who you ask. It is multicultural in the sense that there are several public and institutional uses that we are currently having conversations with to help occupy that space that range from historical society, museum type use, performing arts type uses, and that's just kind of the name that building has inherited.
Because I thought originally that building was supposed to go to Adams 14 only.
No, ma'am. The agreement with Adams 14 through the IGA is that they would occupy approximately 15,000 square feet of the building, which is a 60,000 square foot building.
Because is that in writing or something somewhere? Because I thought back a while ago the building was supposed to be all just for Adams 14 for CTE programs.
Since I've been here, the plan has been that they would occupy approximately 15,000 square feet of it.
We're going to take a recess, 10 minutes. Reconvene the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, you were asking about the multicultural building. Mr. Aiken, you were providing a response. Please continue.
To my knowledge, while the school board has, or the Board of Education, Adams 14 has always been involved in the deal, I'm not aware that they were going to occupy the entire building. We did do a planning study about a year ago with HOK as an architectural firm, where they basically did an economic study on feasible uses and estimated cost. It went through the Urban Renewal Authority for approval. It had a site plan and what the building was intended to look like, 60,000 square foot, two-story building. But in my conversations with Adams 14, their needs have always been around 14 or 15,000 square feet of that building. Now, it's possible that years ago, when this was first conceived, that maybe the building was a smaller building, but to my knowledge, the 60,000 square foot building is much larger than Adams County or Adams 14's needs.
Did Jason have something? No, he had his hand up.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, sir. Just for additional point of clarification, there is an existing, I call it a cooperation agreement between Adams 14 and the CCURA. That cooperation agreement outlines the component of Adams 14 being within that facility, but not limiting the building to just them. We can make sure that we can get that out to council. We do have a copy of that. That was a part of negotiating the shareback of TIF in support of this project. So this is part of our commitment, but we've also have heard from our community and also in discussions with Adams 14 about other joint partnerships that would help to further increase their visibility and educational attainment. So we've been exploring that with them as well.
Okay. So is there no, like I had mentioned before, there's previous minutes from the URA meeting, what originally was promised to Adams 14?
We would have to go back to see if the tape still exists. That dates back to prior to my time. But like I said, we do have that executed agreement that we can provide to the council.
Yeah, because not only taped, but should be in writing minutes, but also I'm curious too, the Historical Society, none of the members on the Historical Society sit on the URA, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so how did they get involved in the Multicultural Center as well? And are they going to be vacating the current Historical Society location?
At this time, we're really working on putting together a tenant roster for what that building would look like. The only firm commitment that we have through an actual signed agreement is with Adams 14. So I'm not exactly sure what the Historical Society's plans would be if they did decide to partner and occupy the space.
Okay, but what I'm asking, so who authorized them or how they get involved in getting part of that building anyway? Because like I said, my concern is that it was all supposed to go to Adams 14 unless, like I said, maybe the current school board meetings can let us know and give us an update that they had agreed now they don't want the entire building. But I think it is possibly on the records from what I understand that building and then also Adams 14, I feel they should be involved in the naming of that building because like I mentioned before, where did the name multicultural come from? I thought it was that should be the Adams 14 school board's decision to decide that.
So the impetus of the name really has been more a working title for a project at the time, and this predates the existing, I'll call it school board executive leadership, that being Dr. Laurier and her staff. So this dates back to, quite frankly, almost 2.5, 3 years around this idea of creating a campus within a building that, once again, levied or leveraged a number of different opportunities, both educational, cultural, historical, obviously commerce, and really thinking about the partnerships when we were working with that leadership team. Since there has been changeover, we have re-engaged about what are the important partnerships that the school district believes will help for them to be successful, but for others to be able to have another level of attainment. So we've been connecting and having those conversations so that, once again, as something moves forward, we can present you what that roster could be, but nothing's been, once again, promised. There's nothing that's been committed to outside of the school district. I go back to the agreement back in, I believe, 2018, 2019, don't hold me to that, but that executed agreement speaks to what we are committed to do for the school district, but not limited to that, if we felt that there was a greater community need for that facility.
Okay, but I don't know, I don't feel my question was answered to Mr. Rogers as to where did Adams 14 agree also that the Historical Society could be a part of that as well?
We hadn't advanced our discussions with Adams 14 to who the other potential partners would be. We were still trying to understand, I think, to Bill's point, when going through HOK, who potential occupants could be and whether or not a building of such could be sited on either parcel A or parcel B. So I would say what you're asking now is what's appropriate for us once we're able to get through the initial terms and conditions for that building, with the primary partner being Adams 14, which we're still in that process of being able to get, I'll call it at the staff level, feedback to which we can then bring to the city council and or CCURA board.
Because like I said, I don't understand how you can want us to vote on something or approve something when, like I said, until those minutes and notes are reviewed from a few years ago, that entire building was supposed to go to Adams 14 for CTE, the college prep courses, and I want to know all of a sudden, how did it get changed?
So the agreement, and like I said, we can get you that, and if you all would like to adjust, I will share this with you. When we were in front of the CCURA board, we obviously presented the loan and we presented the actual agreement that exists today to the URA board with Adams 14. They either could do a career technology or I'll call it a level above vocational opportunities, or the site, if Adams 14 did not believe was necessary, could go ultimately then to a charter school. We've been working with Adams 14 on the former, not the latter. And obviously out of the CCUR, I mean, what you find before you is the direction that we received, which was for the building to meet the community needs for a variety of different partners, was to present a loan to City Council that was able to achieve that based on the presentation to that board. So that's what you have before you tonight, is the direction that we received from the CCURA board back in October.
Okay, but back in October, like I said, it wasn't mentioned. The Adams 14 was still that building. From, like I said, I would like those minutes pulled, because I don't see how you can expect us to sit up here and vote on this, and all of a sudden the name is different. We don't even know who's going to be in the building, when originally the building was promised to Adams 14. So who decided to change it all is what I keep asking.
Yes, ma'am. So what may be prudent is that if the council needs additional information as it relates to the presentation that was held with them in October, then I would recommend pushing this to the December 19th meeting. I do want to qualify that why the item is on the presentation tonight is, as you all know, there is a contractual agreement by the URA to begin repayment of that loan come January of next year. So that's why you have the presentation of terms and conditions on changes to that loan based from the meeting in October and the direction that was received. But I think we're still able to accomplish what's necessary and provide the necessary facts for you, ma'am, if you all chose to kick this to the December 19th meeting.
And I do have 4 or 5 slides here that may clarify what we're requesting tonight and what the next steps would be.
I hate to interrupt, but I've been in the queue for a really long time. I was actually in the queue before we took the break, and I have re-pushed my button to cancel my request, to go back into the queue 3 times now. I would like the ability to speak, if possible.
You are in the queue, and after Mayor Pro Tem is done with her questions and receives her
right.
answers, you are next in the queue.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions, but I do think the school board, present school board should be present, and I feel that the mayor and council should have those minutes, those original minutes from, I believe, whatever year it was, stating that Adams 14, that building was dedicated to them for CTE programs, and then how the Historical Society, I like a history on that, how they got involved when no one from the Historical Society sits on the URA board as well, so I want to know that, but that's all I have to say. There's so many unknown questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman, and I did not mean to come off as being rude, so please accept my apology if I did. So I have brought this up in the past in either URA meetings or study sessions or something like that to remind people that the original promise to the school district was to help them do a CTE building because of the fact that the developer did not accommodate them as far as the new students who would be coming in to live on the Greyhound Park. And they needed to be assured in education. And so what they did was to do a deal where they gave them modulars on Central in lieu of helping them set up a building for Adams 14 to offer career technical education. And I actually have it right here in the Urban Renewal Authority of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, and City of Commerce City, Colorado, and Real Estate Generation LLC, amended and restated phased redevelopment agreement for the Mile High Greyhound Park project dated as of June 18th, 2018. Now, that document is over 100 pages long, but under the obligations under intergovernmental agreements, under B, school district intergovernmental agreement, they do talk about the modulars, but then they say that the school district was promised the building and in good faith that it would be for career technical education. Now, I went back and I talked to, well, I remember going to those school board meetings. So I wanted to make sure that my memory served me correctly. And so I went back to some of the people who were on the school board at that time, and they affirmed my recollection. And so the new people who are at the school district, they weren't aware of this. And so, of course, they're going to go along with whatever is presented to them because they aren't aware of past agreements. And so I can't see refinancing this loan, basically, even though the loan is through the URA, but it's with city funds, that the multicultural building, sharing it with other entities besides the school district is right, because it isn't. And so history serves itself, and when there's a question as to how things should be, it really should be investigated and looked at. And I have brought this up in past meetings to say this. So here we are again, and we've got this deadline that we need to meet to meet the requirements of the loan agreement. But I think we need to have all the players at the table, and this needs to be fair to the school district, because this has to do with making sure that our students get the education that they deserve.
So if I will, there's two parallel tracks with respect to the matters at hand. The Career Technical Education Services site, and I will share with you, we have presented and we have provided this IGA with Adams 14 staff, and we continue to engage in an iterative process about the appropriate partnerships that help them to be successful. So there's no commitment there, so let me be clear about that. And if there's a commitment about potential other uses, we are making sure that we are connecting those other potential uses with the school district so that when we come back to you as agreed upon terms and conditions by Adams 14 staff, city staff, URA staff, that you understand that you all have the information to make an informed decision. The issue with respect to the loan is purely related to the dollars and the funds in which the city, I would call, infused at the time of the purchase of the Mile High Greyhound Park and other activities to be able to get various aspects of the development vertical. So the dollars in what's presented before you, and which we have requested and have secured loan from the city, are not tied to this. Now, we have said, and we have presented to the URA board at the time, that based on the funding or the timing of repayment and other responsibilities, do we want to be able to have this building be able to go forward so that we have the cash flow to be able to support bonds to construct, or the repayment schedule? So if this is the priority, then so be it. This will be the priority in which we will continue to make our interest. But we also have this obligation of working with the school district, which we heard from the URA board, is make that a priority, which what our staff has been doing, whether it's a 15,000 square foot building, 60,000 square foot building, or 30,000. We are prioritizing being able to deliver that facility within a reasonable time frame that we believe is 3 years out, and how we could be able to do such. But it requires some assistance by the city in adjusting the repayment schedule for what's been able to do both for the horizontal and the vertical construction of what you see out there today. So that's what really we are before you. It doesn't stop what we're already doing with the school district to come back to you all with, as far as potential partners and/or what they would like to put into that school. Because we had to re-engage with the new leadership to make sure that we were hitting the mark for them.
Councilmember Noble?
Thanks. You know, I do agree with the reservations that I'm hearing here, because I had to miss the UR meeting on October 17th because of illness. I was at the city council meeting and then left because of illness. And I recall hearing afterwards that the referral now was to a multicultural building, which is what we hadn't heard it as previously. And I was having that conversation with someone tonight. I wasn't clear where that came from. So now I know where that came from. There are no minutes on the Granicus site for the October 17th URA meeting. So we could probably use those minutes that they aren't listed. I was going to look and see what they said, but they aren't there. And regarding to use it for technical building, I think it's would be a missed opportunity if we and Adams 14 weren't talking to DIA about their plans for their giant plans for bringing youth from around this area into positions at the airport and wanting to do training. Would seem to be a great partnership with DIA for a building as well. But I agree, I have a really hard time voting on this because it's very confusing to me at the moment about who's on first.
Councilmember Madera.
So I'm going to try to get us back onto this IGA, because the school IGA, as well as all the other tax entity IGAs, are separate agreements, right? So what's the ask here? What are we trying to accomplish? And I know you were trying to get to it, so I'll just ask the question.
Absolutely. So what I'd like us to do for a second is take off the hat of thinking about who's going to go in the multicultural building or whatever we want to call it. That's really an appropriate item for the CCURA to discuss at a future meeting and really dive into that at that level with our partners who are on the URA. What I would ask tonight is that we focus on the loan agreement, and maybe if I can have the next 2 minutes, I can try to separate the idea of what may happen in 2 or 3 years with a building that the URA may build for Adams 14 and other partners, and really focus on what's necessary tonight, which is the loan agreement. If I can maybe just have a minute or two.
Please do.
So as you'll see over time, the CCURA borrowed $13.5 million from the city to acquire and to develop the land at Mile High Greyhound Park. Those separate loans were consolidated into a single loan in 2020. That loan agreement basically said that the URA had 12 months to pay it back. In 2021, so last December, the URA came back to the city and said, we don't have cash flow right now, TIF increment coming in to pay the loan back. So the city pushed it out an additional year. So we can continue to do that annually, but what we'd hope to do in this loan agreement is to basically set a standard that eventually funds will be available. It won't be immediately, but eventually funds will be available to pay back that loan without needing to come back every single year. And let me kind of show you how that works. So the current agreement basically says that the interest started January of this year, and it's 4% interest on the $13.5 million, and that the first payment is due January 2nd of 2023. If you'll remember at the October 10th CCURA meeting, we shared that we have about $60,000 in this project of increment generated, and that we won't be at full build out, full value until year 2027, which is when we could expect to really start to pay the loan back without basically acquiring millions of dollars in interest over that time. So what the current agreement says is that on January 2nd of 2023, the CCURA needs to pay $1.9 million back to the city, of which, as I said earlier, we have about $60,000, the URA does. So if this agreement doesn't get updated, then clearly the URA would default on that term. The recommended action is to reduce the interest rate from the 4% down to 0.5%, which is consistent with where the federal interest has been since 2019 when these agreements were made. It also is slightly higher than what the city's earned on cash reserve over that same period of time. And to do similar to what the city council did December of last year, which is to waive the $500,000 in interest that had accrued over the 12-month period. What changes in the language is that rather than pushing it back 12 months at a time, it basically extends the payment until we know that we have TIF increment coming in that's not obligated to a developer or to a development that we already have, where we have conflicting obligations and need to prioritize those. This is what the payment schedule would look like based on the terms. It would start in 2028, which would be when we're at full build out of the hotel and the commercial and all the residential lands, and that we actually have increment coming in that would allow the URA to pay back the debt obligation to the city. Basically between 2028 and 2040 is when the loan would be paid back based on what we're presenting tonight. Again, we shared this with the CCURA on October 10th as part of our repayment priorities presentation that we did to the URA board. And it shows again that right now in year 2023, we're expected to collect about $64,000 in increment, but you'll see the bars increasing annually of 2024, 2025, 2026, and so on, up until 2028, 2029, will be at full build out at 2028. So the first tax year full increment will be 2029. This is the slide that was shared with the CCURA board. It's identical, pulled directly off that presentation, which basically talks about the multicultural building, which is just a term we use internally. There's no intention that there's going to be a sign or a logo on the front of the building that says that. But these are just some of the partners that we've reached out to have conversations with, in addition to Adams 14, that may have a sense of synergy or placement in a multicultural or multi-use public institutional type building. The only party that actually has an approved IGA with the CCURA is Adams 14. So every other person at this time is just a very preliminary conversation to judge interest. In order to build this building, it's likely that it would start construction in 2025 and we'd have to secure financing sometime late 2024. So it is not a decision that the CCURA will be making in the immediate future. It is something that will be brought to the CCURA in early 2023 to continue to give updates on Mile High and progress that we've made on these. So again, the recommendation in front of you tonight is simply to reduce the interest rate, waive the interest that is accumulated over this year, which is the $541,000, and then to adopt language in the loan agreement that instead of coming back annually to say we don't have the funds to pay this loan, to essentially agree that when the increment is coming in and it's sufficient to cover the loan, is when those payments would be made. So sorry for all the confusion at the first half.
So what happens if if the CCURA goes into default? Like, what does that mean for the project and other CCURA projects?
I would assume that the city could treat us as a bank would treat someone that defaults. There are no terms that say that anything happens to the project because the loan was not based on the project necessarily. I don't know if that would be lawsuit or.
Like anything, you could probably make a call on the property that's still owned by the CCURA to shore up the loan that was defaulted on, like any other bank.
But we're doing our best to try to prevent that from occurring in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I was just interested in the same thing as Councilwoman Allen Thomas. I do believe that there was follow-up conversations. I was just trying to give some guidance. I went back and looked at all the URA presentations for the last 2 years, and I believe the answer came in April of 2021. I don't have it looks like it came in a presentation. I don't have the answer, but if we're looking back for tapes, that's April 2021. Both the 19th and the 5th, we discussed parcels A and B and what we intend to do in both presentations listed the school district as a participating in a multi-use building. I think that's the only thing that's changed is that we're calling it multi-use instead of whatever we're calling it today, but it sounds like the name has changed several times internally.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And that's, like I said, what is even more concerning. We don't know who these other partners are. And then that I think in the original plan, like I said, I keep stressing that 60,000 square foot building belongs to Adams 14 period originally. And so like I said, I don't understand how, keep stressing we're trying to vote on something and the building belonged to Adams 14 originally. Thank you.
Couple questions for you, Mr. Aiken. You said that the CCURA has how much money in order to cover the $531 payment that is due to January 2nd?
So we are expecting an increment of about $65,000 in 2023.
What has generated that $65,000?
The Del West investments in the single-family homes and the townhomes development.
Okay. Is there a mill levy associated with generating revenue on that property?
So it's not an additional mill, it's the mill that the taxing entities have pledged to the URA. So all the taxing entities pledged 100% of their mill levy, with the exception of the fire department, they pledged 0%. So it's not like a metro district where there's a higher mill levy, it's just who collects and retains that, the funds generated from the mill levies.
Gotcha. And so doing some quick math, mill levy in Southern Commerce City is about 88 mills right now. You take away the fire department's roughly 15, you'd land about 73 mills generating revenue.
That's very close, yes, sir.
And that's only derived on those single-family homes because all the other property is all tax-free and they don't pay into that mill levy.
That's correct, with the exception of D1, which has not started construction yet, the 270-unit apartment.
All right. So I want to clarify, I think that you said this, but I just want to make sure that I've got this right. This building in question, the only people we have an IGA to put in the building in question is with Adams 14 at this time. All the other uses would need to be approved by the CCURA at a future date.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. So any vote that we take tonight does not lock in a facility that is not dedicated to one entity. It just ensures that basically the CCURA does not default, and then we end up having to put our other hat on and figure out what we're going to do and then come back and put this hat on. It just creates a whole lot of things. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, this whole thing is an albatross. It has been from day one, and it's just headache after headache after headache, and every single time we have a meeting and we discuss the financials of this project, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And honestly, it's just sickening. And unfortunately, here we sit December 5th with having to make another decision. Death by paper cut, death by hanging. And that's really what it comes down to. And it's just, it just continues with this, and it's very frustrating. Unfortunately, I think that we're in a position where we have no choice but to approve this agreement for the simple fact that $65,000 is not going to cover a $530 payment, or $530,000 payment, period. As far as what we do with a 60,000 square foot facility, that's for the CCURA to decide going forward. And I think that there's been enough conversation. There needs to be even more conversation as far as what we actually do in that space to make sure that it is the appropriate space for the community and by extension for the school district that is being impacted by this. But I can't hang putting us in default just on not knowing what's going to go in a 60,000 square foot facility. It's a decision that I don't like being forced to make, but unfortunately, that's where we sit today. This time, seeing no other questions for staff, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt a resolution 2022-112. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So on the council communications where it says financial impact, reduce profits from interest on current loan in return for public institutional multicultural buildings, so it's named specifically, is that impacting the vote?
No, ma'am, that was simply the direction from the CCURA back in October, was to approach city council at a future date with a repayment plan that would allow for the construction of that building. If we were to try to secure any sort of loan on that building with our current obligation to the city, the CCURA to the city, there's every which way you run the pro forma, there's no way we're even getting $7 or $8 million in funds from a private lender on that. And what we anticipate is that we'll need to secure about $18 million to build that building.
I understand that. My concern is that it says right here, it's for the public institutional multicultural building specifically. So I have a concern with that. I just feel like we promised the school district, because they were getting the short end of the stick on supplying a building for the kids. And they did the trade-off for the trailers. And here we are down the road, and we're not coming through. But okay, so that will, just because it says that there, that would not affect the vote
No, ma'am, that would not affect the vote.
or the loan, what it's designated for.
That's correct. There's no mention at all in the loan agreement to any sort of future projects that would be built.
Okay, so they just put that in there just to put it in there. Okay, thank you.
All right, this time looking for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2022-112. Councilmember Dare,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2022-112. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I just had a question. Is it possible then that a motion can be made for the building to say be called Adams 14 or something like that, or is that possible?
What I would suggest, since that would really be a decision for the CCURA, is to allow staff to bring that to the CCURA at a very early date in 2023 to give a much more detailed presentation on the status of that building and receive direction from the CCURA on users, partners, naming of it, and anything else pertaining to the building itself.
Okay, and you said that is going to occur next year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-112, a resolution approving Second Amendment to amended and restated intergovernmental agreement loaning funds from the City of Commerce City to the Urban Renewal Authority of the City of Commerce City.
All right, I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2022-112. The title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. We're going to move on to ordinances on first reading. First is ordinance 2449, authorizing for an increase in spending for the master lease program. Do any council members have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions, looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2449 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dare.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2449 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2449, an ordinance authorizing an increase in spending on vehicle leases for the year 2023 as part of the city's master lease program agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management. Your vote is open.
Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. We're going to move on to ordinance 2453, a moratorium on residential metro districts. I'll invite Matt Hayter, interim city attorney, to introduce the item.
Thank you for your time this evening. At your meeting on November 7th, a majority of City Council provided direction and passed a motion asking or directing me to provide you with a ordinance proposing a moratorium on the creation of new metropolitan districts for residential metropolitan districts in the city. Tonight you have before you the ordinance as requested, although there was, it's not always easy to make sure that I've met your expectations with some of this. So I kind of want to let you know exactly what you have before you here today. But basically, we didn't have a clear definition of what a residential metro district would be. So what you have before you borrows what was considered a residential metro district in the proposed metro district regulations that were not passed. And of course, this is something that is in lieu of those regulations. And that basically said that a residential metro district is a metro district with, I think the way it was worded, where residential purposes comprise 10% or more of the property developed or proposed to be developed. So this particular ordinance would create a moratorium on the processing of any application for a residential metropolitan district based on that definition. In other words, if 10% or more of the property developed or proposed to be developed is residential, then that application would not be processed. That being said, the ordinance itself before you goes through our authority to act in this manner, and then gives the terms of the moratorium itself. And one of the things that we wanted to do is to make sure this is something that we can revisit. So the moratorium itself is only for a one-year term, but that would renew automatically. But council could take action to end that moratorium. Because there may be situations in which you want to consider a metro district of some sort, whether it's some sort of other metro district or something that allows you to achieve other goals that you have. But this effectively is provided to effectively accomplish the goals that you contemplated and gave direction on. That being said, you do have a policy decision here that I tried to point out to you as well. Is because we did, I was trying to borrow this 10% allowance basically, or this 10% definition for a residential metro district. You could certainly decide that that's not something that you want to do, that instead you're only going to address, let a metro district go forward if it has absolutely no residential uses in it, or a percentage less than 10%. That's a policy decision that is, strictly in your court, and what you want to do with this legislation. But, what I was trying to do is trying to thread the needle based on things that had already been in front of you. So I used that residential metro district definition from the proposed regulations. That's pretty much the overview of what you have. Are there any questions I can answer?
Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Dare.
So one of my questions when this got brought up was, does this create any liability for the city? Because now you're going to have developments that do have metro districts, and they'll be operating at an advantage compared to any new developments that come in. Is there any liability there?
I don't believe we have broad liability. I think that one of the things we need to consider here is we have a number of residential metro districts that have been approved, and we have, in approving those service plans, identified public infrastructure needs that are going to be, and were anticipated being financed by those metro district service plans. The way that I believe you would want to handle this, because this is a moratorium on the processing of new applications, those existing obligations in those contracts, and I have a few of them in front of me here, including Buckley Crossing, and Legato, and Everly Place, these metro district service plans would still be acted upon. In other words, those public financing or those public improvements would still be financed through those approved service plans. But this moratorium would only apply to new service plan obligations. So we would not necessarily, I don't anticipate any sort of broad liability in that regard. I believe, the ordinance in front of you adequately sets out our authority to take this action. And there's no doubt in my mind that you have that lawful authority to do so. That doesn't mean it won't be challenged by a developer who's not necessarily in agreement, but we certainly have this authority. It does raise policy considerations as to that I would want to get some feedback from council as well, if this is a direction you want to go in. Specifically, at this time, we have development agreements. Whenever you approve a subdivision, or staff approves a subdivision administratively, one of those obligations to meet one of the criteria is that a development agreement be in place to address public improvements. And right now, we've never restricted the assignability of those obligations through that development agreement. If you want to move forward with this moratorium on new metro districts, then I would want to seek from you direction as well, whether you want to have a policy whereby we are prohibiting then, in our development agreements, the assignment of obligations for public improvements in residential areas to metro districts as well. In other words, you don't want there to leave open a loophole to do an end run around this moratorium. So that'd be a policy discussion I'd like to have after this, if that's what you'd like to say, because I think that is what would be consistent with a moratorium.
So are you saying that if there's a new subdivision, in the same plat or whatever, or that falls into a metro district, they would be precluded from being included in the metro district? So the current residents would be paying for?
So if it's something that's already been contemplated and identified in a service plan, that would still be financed by an existing metro district. So, we're not eliminating metro districts. We're not changing them or removing their authority or amending any existing service plans. All we're doing by this moratorium is preventing the creation of additional residential metro districts. So if we have a subdivision plat that's outside of that metro district, and then say in order to try to get those public improvements financed, maybe the metro district wants to then change their boundaries and bring that in, and there's an existing development agreement for that subdivision, to meet that direction that you're in, that goal you're trying to accomplish, I would want that development agreement to basically say you can't assign that to the metro district, because the effect here is to keep it with that development and not put it on the metro district.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
I think in a long drawn out way, you kind of answered the question I was going to ask, so I'll ask it a little bit more directly. Does this have the potential of impacting anybody that currently lives here outside of the kind of examples that you had sitting on your desk?
Does it have the
potential of anybody currently living in a metro district in Commerce City? Does it have the potential of impacting their current agreements with their metro district?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
It's been my understanding over the time that I've been on this city council that there is no other land left within the boundaries of Commerce City that does not have a service plan for a metro district, that all of that land has been designated as such, and that this would only apply to growth areas that are outside of the boundaries. Is there anywhere in Commerce City, particularly North Commerce City, which has been Metro District Central, is there any undesignated land at the moment?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think Mr. Rogers is trying to figure out who would.
We've got Reunion, Tower, and 104th. We have the Metro District that we approved that was sort of like High Plains and 120th. We have Second Creek. We have Settlers Crossing. We have Legato. There's just nothing left.
I think that's a fair assumption. Obviously, we would have to trust but verify, but I think it's fair to assume that development in the northern range, unless subject to an enclave annexation or to an expansion annexation, would be subject to these regulations and rules.
Okay, so for me, this is a stake in the ground. This is saying no more taxation without representation. Because that's what we've had all these years, and this is what has been harmful to residents in this area. We would prefer paying what our houses should be worth, if you will. And even in the case of the home prices, we're not currently getting breaks on home prices simply because they're in metro districts. That hasn't been the case at all. Those profits are still going back to the developer, and unfortunately, then the residents aren't able to take the same tax deductions that they would if this was added on to their home price and they could count it as part of their mortgage or something like that. But again, as I say, for me, this is a stake in the ground. This is saying no more taxation without representation. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2435 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2453 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera.
So, my biggest problem with this is a moratorium does nothing, right? It kicks the can down the road for another year when we've already been working on regulations for metro districts for about the past year. And we had the ability to vote on those regulations and increase protections for citizens during the last meeting, and we didn't even talk about it. We decided to just throw a moratorium at it and, close our eyes and not address the actual issue. And so, I struggle with the moratorium because it does nothing at the end of the day. It just kicks the can down the road for another year. There's another election. You don't know who's going to be on the council. And, all the work that we did researching metro districts and regulations and trying to compare to our peers and be competitive yet fair for our residents and protect our residents all at the same time, that it was all for naught. So I won't be supporting the moratorium. I really wish that we would have taken up the Metro District ordinance and put some protections, some actual protections for our residents.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I won't repeat what Councilman Madera just said. I just think that we had a good compromise working out. I don't think anybody thought it was perfect because that's what a compromise is. That's what I thought we were voting for. And I really think that I had the opportunity to make some impact in the near term where this is kind of putting this off and creating a posture in our city that is just not necessary. Because I do think that the things that we've discussed about metro districts that are at the very least feel predatory, we've all at least kind of confirmed that we weren't willing to do that any longer, and we were ready to put those in the new regulations. But I also counter the fact that it's taxation without representation in all cases. There's more than a handful of cases where there's great representation and the metro district's doing better than the alternative. There needs to be a way to get that across the board. There needs to be better understanding of how to manage metro districts appropriately. Once how can homeowners take control? How can they manage them? How can they understand the financial market to put the whole neighborhood in a better situation from a bond repayment standpoint? I participated in one of those, and I'm not bringing the mayor into this, but he did a fantastic job when we were working on that for our neighborhood. So I think it's possible. I would like to see a way where and I don't know if there's a way, but a way where we can build a standard there and educate and use the regulations that we've been working on for months. At this point, it's been over a year. And find those compromises and use the funds that we paid an outside party to evaluate what we can do better from a metro district standpoint and learn from Fort Collins and some of the other cities that we pulled from their regulation. Again, I didn't love every aspect of it, but I was ready to vote yes, because I think it was a compromise that set a foundation, set a standard for us moving forward, and allowed developers to know what to expect. I think a moratorium is a huge, it's a situation where you're creating these more headaches along the way, but it's also creating an uncertainty for a developer, which is the scariest thing in development.
Any other discussion? I think it's interesting to say that we had regulations that we were getting ready to vote on and ignoring the fact that we voted on those very regulations twice. And it failed twice. So the idea that we were going to come up with this solution that was going to be this common sense approach or this compromise, it didn't work. It failed twice. And the two council members that spoke before me voted no on that and are part of the reason why it failed twice. So I reject the idea that we have an opportunity and we didn't vote on it. We did, voted on it twice. As far as kicking the can down the road, the way I read the ordinance is this is for a year unless a council decides to repeal it by ordinance, which is how it would be done. And it will extend for another year unless a council repeals it. That is not unlike any other ordinance that is passed in a city council. Any city council can take an ordinance that was previously passed and repeal it. Matter of fact, I think we did that earlier this year on fireworks after our attempt at trying to allow fireworks in this city was an abysmal failure. So I don't see it as kicking the can down the road because every single ordinance does that. You can always come back to any ordinance that is passed and say, no, we're done with that ordinance. It's time to repeal that. It's time to replace it. It's time to amend it, whatever it is you want to do. So the idea, this isn't impacting any of the existing metro districts. And that's unfortunate that we don't have the ability to impact existing metro districts. We heard from a representative of a company who say that he was willing to spend $5 million of residents' money, not to benefit the residents, but to benefit his company. And came here to speak in favor of spending that $5 million on top of another $5 million that would be attributed to future residents. That's where that idea of taxation without representation comes. You have a metro district who was willing to enter into an agreement to spend $12 million and never allowed any of those residents to say, yes, I agree with doing that. That's a great thing for us, or that's not a good thing for us. That's where that taxation without representation idea comes from. And unfortunately, anytime that you are looking at an ordinance, legislation, or whatever, you're looking at something that has happened and you're trying to correct it. And unfortunately, what has happened is we have allowed in the state of Colorado metro districts to get out of hand. And that's just the reality. They have gotten out of hand. And so I agree with Councilmember Noble to say, this is a stake in the ground. And yes, as we annex in new property into the city and they start into development, they're going to have to charge upfront what the cost of that house is. The problem I have with the way that houses are sold in the Metro District model, you sell the house cheaper because you put that infrastructure cost into the property taxes. And so you go and you get pre-approved for a loan and the bank says, yep, we'll finance you for $500,000, and you go out and you buy a house for $490,000. And they put up this notice of disclosure that says, you're gonna pay $490,000, your principal and interest is gonna equal this amount, and your property taxes are gonna equal this amount, and your insurance is gonna equal this amount. But those property taxes are not calculated on the full value of the house. Those property taxes, whenever that notice of disclosure comes to you and the bank approves you and underwriting says it's time to give you this loan to buy your $490,000 house, says your property taxes are based on a $20,000 lot. And so the bank approves it and says, here you go. And you walk in thinking my payment's gonna be $2,500 a month, I'm good to go. And then the next year, the county assessor comes out and actually assesses the value and says, hey, your house is now worth $500,000. Your property taxes that were $1,000 are now $8,000. Now you're double hit. You're hit because your property taxes have gone up by $7,000. You're hit because they were paid in the rears, meaning that not only do you have to pay the additional money going forward, but you also have to make up the reserve for that escrow account. And that's where young families are getting themselves into this position where they're saying, what happened? And the same exact thing happened when I bought my house. And the very first time that my real property tax bill came and I saw that I had a $1,600 payment going out to a metro district and said, what is this metro district? What is it? And the only research I could find was on the Special District Association website that listed there was a 5-member board and 3 seats were filled. They were all filled by developers, and there were 2 seats that were empty. And $1,600 was going to that. So I applied for the election, got appointed to the board, said, great, when's the first meeting? They said November. This was all the way back in May. I thought, man, $1,600 a year, and they meet once a year? This is outrageous. Walked into the meeting, they said, here's your mill levy, approve it. That was the extent of the meeting. Now, we went through a lot of work in order to make changes in our community, in our neighborhood, in order to try to make it more affordable for people that live there, and I'm proud of the work that we did. We had the opportunity to do that because our neighborhood is built out. But when you have these other neighborhoods that continue to be built and built and built, they don't have the same opportunities to take control of their metro district. But then you end up with this parent-child relationship where you don't have a single homeowner living in a metro district, and it gets to control everything that the sub-districts do, from the financing, from the payments, the IGAs that are being entered into, and the money that has to be put out there. That is taxation without representation. And those homeowners are never going to have an opportunity to have control of that district. So I'm all in favor of drawing that line in the sand to say, this is the time whenever we have to figure out how it is we're going to move forward without this clutch that has been used time and time again in order to provide for funding development. I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated ordinance 2453 and approve on first reading. Everybody that's requested to speak has spoken.
We have rebuttals. We're allowed to raise our hand again.
Yeah, you let everyone else speak.
Yeah, everybody that has asked to speak has spoken.
I'm asking to speak.
You've spoken already, have you not?
Yeah, and you made
Look, that clock right there says 19 minutes and 30 seconds.
Something about me that was not true. Yes.
That clock right there says 19 minutes and 30 seconds. But
Yeah,
you know what? Go ahead.
For what reason? It's really all or nothing.
Go ahead, speak. Speak. It's your turn.
So, you made an allusion to something that was really all or nothing. And you alluded to my vote being not for the Metro District ordinance, and that's true. But it was for a reason. It was because there's things that were included in the original language that were not conducive to a good ordinance. And so, yeah, I did vote against it. But to say that, you were unsure, you had uncertainties. Well, you know, be that as it may, we still didn't address the issue, and this isn't addressing the issue. So I'll be making a separate motion.
I find it interesting that you said that there was language in the ordinance that had problems, because the first time we voted on it, you voted for it. And there were only 8 of us sitting up here, and it failed 4-4. You didn't vote no until all 9 of us were sitting up here, and the mayor pro tem said, I motion to reconsider that ordinance. At that time, you voted no. So somewhere in between your yes vote and your no vote, no language was changed on the ordinance, but you changed your opinion.
That's not true. There's definitely changes to the ordinance.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I think part of the discussion as to why it was voted on 2 times and then continued, basically because it was 4-4, then we waited, we voted 9, voted no. You know, there was just small pieces. It's just like, you know, seeing the federal regulation all the time, federal law all the time. You put a couple really good things in there and then a bunch of pork barrel trash. The same thing happens there. You want to vote for those really good things, but it's the stuff, those small details that make it a no. I want to vote to get rid of any type of parent-child relationship in metro districts. 100%. I think all 9 of us would vote 9-0. But when we start talking about 40 years and 35 years and then all the clauses that get down into the details, that's where the no vote came from. But for my big thing is, we worked for a year, and then we got presented this information in our packet, then we came to meeting and we voted on it. That is not our standard process. We always take something this large and go to a study session before and talk it through and have that discussion before we take a significant vote like this. We had study sessions, but never before the final regulation was put in front of us for a vote. Again, there are several pieces that I would love to vote for that regulation on, and I would love for us to have some debates and study session instead of in open session when we're then forced to vote at the end. I really do think there's opportunity for this city to get metro districts right by looking at other cities in the state that have taken upon metro district regulation to move forward, because what the mayor said is, I have no rebuttal argument. He gives one perspective of the issue very well. No argument against that. That's not the only perspective. Buying a house brand new, the mayor hits it right on the head. It's right on. But you go buy a house 2 years later as a young family, completely different perspective. The only possible way that several families buy a house in Commerce City is to buy it at that lower price, advance their career, and have the ability to pay for those additional fees as the valuation of their house goes up. And guess what you do in that situation? You refinance your house, you take the incredible value increase that you have, and you now have the money to be able to pay any of those additional taxes because that valuation has gone up, and in my case, over $250,000. So yeah, I was able to refinance and cover that additional tax valuation because my house was worth so much more money than 8 years ago when I bought it. So there's several perspectives to consider, and when we put it in an all or nothing basket, we're leaving out a huge piece of Commerce City citizens that wouldn't live here without that opportunity. And so, again, that front end cost when you're making $60,000 needs to be lower than $575,000, or you're not buying a house here. If you're a teacher or a cop or work for the state and you're making a reasonable salary but not rich, that's the opportunities that Commerce City is supposed to present for our community. And I fear that only having one perspective leaves a significant chunk of folks on the doorstep hoping to get in and not able to.
All right. Once again, I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2453 by Council Aceto and approve on first reading. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2453, an ordinance imposing a moratorium upon the city's processing of applications for approval of new service plans for residential metropolitan districts. Your vote is open.
Motion carries 5-4. All right, this time I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 90 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this meeting by 90 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Need a show of hands.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-3. Going to move on to administrative council business. Per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Any council members have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to pass the Metro District ordinance as it came up on the prior meeting.
I have a motion to pass. What ordinance would that be?
I don't know, I can go to look it up. It's the best I can do for you right now. You're talking about the Metro District regulations that were previously not approved?
Yes.
Yep.
2450.
Ordinance 2450. Have a motion to introduce by council as seated ordinance 2450 and approve on first reading. Is there a second?
I've noticed.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated ordinance 2450 and
If I may,
Yes.
this was not put on the agenda, so we don't have notice, so we'd have to do a full reading of the ordinance.
thank you. How would you like to proceed, Mr. Madera?
How fast can you read?
How many pages is it?
2450. On ordinance.
I'll amend the motion to,
19 pages, sir.
I'll leave we can bring it on a future meeting. I can make the amendment to the motion to bring it in a future meeting within the year.
Motion is now to have ordinance 2450 heard at the December 19th meeting. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
Oh, I meant like year, there's a year moratorium now, so.
What's that?
I just meant within the rolling year, not by the year end.
All right. So motion is to hear ordinance 2450 prior to January 1st, January 1st, 2023. All right. Seconder accepts the amendment. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Would passage of a Metro District ordinance have any impact on the moratorium?
I'm sorry. No, the moratorium would still have to be, if passed on second reading, the moratorium would still have to be vacated through a separate ordinance as well.
Okay, so in essence, it wouldn't matter, basically.
Well,
It wouldn't affect anything because we would still have a moratorium in effect.
Right,
Yeah, okay.
But if 2450 was passed, then when the moratorium ended, those regulations would then be in place.
Okay, fine, thank you very much.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second to bring ordinance 2450 back to us before the moratorium would expire in 1 year. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Nay. Who are my nays? Nay, 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 nay. Motion fails 4-5. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two of them. The first one, after being contacted by several of my constituents regarding their concerns with the growth of marijuana shops and smoke shops, I move that the city council directs staff to provide information with regard to pending marijuana dispensary licenses or applications in the city, and the city attorney to draft a potential moratorium on the acceptance and processing of any marijuana license applications for a period of 1 year, and possibly by a meeting in January.
I have a motion to direct staff to provide council with information on licenses for marijuana dispensaries and smoke shops, and to direct staff to draft a ordinance that would place a moratorium for 1 year on the issuance of marijuana dispensary licenses within Commerce City. Mr. Rogers.
Just for a point of clarification, Mayor Pro Tem, would you also be seeking a special meeting in January, given that we do not have any regular meetings due to city holidays?
Okay. Now then, it can wait even till February. It's fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there a second on that motion? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'll second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to direct staff to provide information on licenses for smoke shops and marijuana dispensaries and draft a moratorium on the issuance of new business licenses for marijuana dispensaries within Commerce City for the period of 1 year. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera.
See Mr. Gibson with his hand up, so.
Oh, thank you, sir. So we hit council's mark. What kind of information on licenses are you looking for? First off, the city doesn't license quote-unquote smoke shops. Tobacco stores are licensed at the state level. All we issue is a retail license. We don't issue a separate tobacco license for them. For marijuana, what kind of information are you looking for? What are you hoping to accomplish with a potential moratorium? What kind of information is best going to serve you whenever we come back to you?
Right, and I can discuss this further with the city attorney and city manager, but I would, and like I said, I can have a discussion with you as well, but I would like for myself and my constituents to know how many are in Commerce City, where they're located, and what is the licensing process?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, we presented on all of that information back in early 2021, late 2020, I believe, where we also had information on the land use and use of signs and advertisement in the public. I had previously sent out City Council that same presentation information with the setback information, the licensing information, and that contained also where the current marijuana stores were at and the licensing procedure. What in addition to that
Well, like I said, I would
previous
have
presentation?
I can refresh before the December and get back to you if that's possible, with the city attorney as well and with you as well, because like I said, I would like to see why they continuously, as I mentioned previously in today's council meeting, why they keep popping up in certain areas. Another concern is like right off of Quebec, there is one that is 2 blocks away from an elementary school. Then there's another one that's a few blocks away from a charter school. So these are some concerns I would like that. What is the application process, and to have that looked at by our city attorney?
Okay.
I think part of the struggle that he's trying, that the city clerk is trying to clear up here is, you guys speak together through one voice. So we don't want to try to entertain later conversations about what you're looking for. You want to try to get that figured out right now so that he can provide you with the best service that he possibly can. And of course, that helps assist me too in trying to identify the basis for drafting any proposed moratorium as well.
Yeah, because like I said, I would have to have time to review that again, but like I said, my concern is for my constituents, plus the locations so close to schooling. So what are some ways we can get these things addressed and changed is what I would like, to see addressed. That's why I made that motion. And I know since I've been on council, I brought this up several times, and I would like I said, that's why I made the motion. Is that good? Because I have something else I want to bring up. Is that good, Mr. Gibson?
We haven't voted on that yet.
I was going to say, it's basically going to be, it sounds like the same presentation we provided previously with some additional steps that council could take on amending the land development code to increase the setback minimums for marijuana businesses to schools and daycare facilities. But other than that, most of the information is going to remain the same. We're going to update some numbers for maybe 1 or 2 additional licenses that have been issued in the last year or two, and maybe clarify some of the procedures in the presentation that you may want more a deeper dive in, but
Yeah, and I would also like information as how maybe the council and the mayor can get involved first before all these locations where they're going as well, how that can be evaluated.
So 2 ways is the land development code setbacks, and then secondly, city council's designated a hearing officer for both your liquor and your marijuana hearings. So unless council wanted to revoke that and have all of your liquor and marijuana hearings come directly to you, which I would not recommend, most municipalities don't do it that way, and if they do it, they are looking to get away from that because it's very burdensome and it requires some statutory and regulatory expertise. And our hearing officer is very, very good at what she does and making sure that the right businesses are coming to Commerce City and abiding by our land development code. But those are really the 2 ways that council has influence on marijuana businesses currently, is your setbacks and then the delegation of ultimate approval of your liquor and your marijuana businesses through the hearing officer.
That being said, one of the projects that had started before your last city attorney left was a update of the marijuana code. And there's been some other subsequent changes in the last year. And, you know, although bandwidth is always limited, I anticipate bringing you changes to the marijuana code within the next few months. And that'll provide an opportunity as well to review those items and look at things differently. Part of what we need to change is there's been some changes at the state level, so we need to make some changes to nomenclature and some other areas that we've seen some weaknesses in our own code, some things to amend. So internally in the city attorney's office, we've been working on drafts to correct those issues. And that also provides an opportunity for you to review those. And I certainly see that coming, I hope I can get that in front of you in the first, it's not something I've talked to the city manager's office about or the work, you know, to look at the work calendar, but it's something I hope to get in front of you maybe at the end of the first quarter next year.
Well, I'd like to keep my motion as stated.
Councilmember Ford.
I'm agreeable to what Mayor Pro Tem has brought up. I think there are far too many, especially along Quebec Street, side by side. Years ago, I voted against doing away with the setback between stores. And I think that we need to have a setback between stores. Otherwise, every single commercial property along Quebec is going to be a dispensary, which I don't know why, because there's only a certain market. There's only a certain amount of money to be had by marijuana in a certain area, and you divide it up amongst all those different businesses. I don't know how any of them survive, but I'm agreeable to what the Mayor Pro Tem is saying. I think we should reinstate a setback from store to store, which I wish we would have never lifted. I mean, I was against it. And I think we also ought to look at mitigating smells coming from dispensaries, requiring certain kind of filtration to reduce nuisance to the neighborhood. And I would also like to see what the current setback is to schools. Thank you. So I'm supportive.
Councilmember Noble?
Yeah, I'm actually fully on board in looking at our originating ordinance and whether it is still appropriate for today. I get back to cumulative impact of density and intensity. Certainly, there's far fewer in North Commerce City than there are in South Commerce City, and I'm not exactly certain why, other than because commercial zoning and industrial zoning both allow marijuana uses. And nevertheless, there's a zillion in the south and very few, if any, in the north. So I think we really need to revisit this before we burden one part of our community with too many marijuana shops, just as there could be too many alcohol liquor stores in one area. We don't need that kind of density for a quality community for a lifetime.
All right, motion and a second to provide, have direct staff to provide information on licenses for smoke shops and marijuana dispensaries and draft a moratorium for 1 year for the issuance of marijuana business licenses within City of Commerce City. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem, you had another item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tomorrow is Colorado Gives Day, which is December 6th. Last month alone, Access Housing received applications from a dozen households facing immediate evictions. Evictions at this time of the year are more disruptive to the memories of a child and last beyond this month. For a family facing housing instability, it brings thoughts of sheltering in place due to lack of warm bedding and wondering where the next hot meal might come before the school begins. To help Access Housing assist families prepare for the year 2023, I would like to make a motion that that Commerce City donates $2,500 to Access Housing. This donation will assist the residents of Adams County, especially the residents in Commerce City. Thank you.
I have a motion to have City of Commerce City donate $2,500 to Access Housing. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commerce City donate $2,500 to Access Housing. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you. I recall in the presentation earlier this evening with Caper, regarding the Caper, that we do give money to Access Housing. Was that correct or incorrect? I know he said Access Housing.
He did say, sir, that we do provide funding support for Access Housing with other obligations.
Do we know how much it is the city gives to Access Housing at this point?
Let me pull up the report, ma'am, and I'll be able to give you that number.
Mm-hmm. I'm not opposed to the motion. I just want to be clear that we do pay attention to families in need, and am more than happy to provide more.
Excuse me, Mr. Rogers. I had been speaking also with the executive director for Access Housing, and she notified me that Commerce City made a donation, has not made a donation as part of the Colorado Give. So this particular donation is through Access Housing, but it is particularly through Colorado Gives.
Correct. But I'm curious about what we give to them annually.
Councilmember Noble, is that going to have a bearing on your vote?
Ultimately, no.
Okay, then I'd ask Mr. Rogers to provide that information in his report, if you're okay with that.
I am.
Great, thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second to have the City of Commerce City donate $2,500 to Access Housing as part of Colorado Gives Day. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Did you have anything else?
No,
Mayor Pro
thank
Tem?
you, Mayor.
Great. Councilmember Douglas? You were in the queue? Yeah. Okay, very good, thank you. Councilmember Kim?
So I've been sitting on this board with these other professionals since October 24th. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I think about how we are professionals on this dais, how we have a right, a duty basically to our citizens within Commerce City. And sometimes how we act up here is, you know, I sit here and I listen and I hear things and it's like, you know, I keep myself quiet. But you know what, but I'm very disturbed by it, but also kind of disappointed as well. You know, I think one of the things that, you know, earlier tonight, there were some discussion points that were being made. I can't remember which one was regarding consent or one of the other items on here. But to hear my colleague here, Councilmember Hurst, to curse at the mayor was totally uncalled for. In addition to that, I don't believe that when we sit up here on a
When did I
dais.
cuss? I didn't cuss. Don't be, you're lying in public. I never cussed.
Excuse me.
No, not
You'll
excuse
have
me.
your
You're not going
time.
to sit here and put my name under.
Enough.
Enough. If this is him doing your doing, what are you doing, man? This is bullshit.
Case in point.
Case in point. Yeah, case in point that we sit here and
Take
listen
another
to-
recess.
Yeah, we sit here and listen to shit that
Another
we've already
recess.
heard 20 times.
Who has left the meeting, please? Thank you.
For the record, council members Madera, Davis, and Hurst have left the meeting. We're going to move on from administrative council business and go into reports. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to keep this high level very quickly. As you all know, we've been working on impact fees on a number of different efforts, road, drainage, and then the full freight with respect to parks, rec, facilities, PD, public works, so forth. Right now, we're intending to have the full freight of that discussion on September 19th. However, given with some of the additional discussions that we have had up to this point, I know the goal was and desire was to have it in place by January 1, but we want to make sure that we're being thorough and making sure that we're providing you all with an ordinance that is defensible once adopted. So we are asking that we bring that to you in the first meeting in February, possibly even sooner, depending upon the establishment of special meetings or not. So wanted to provide you an update on that. Staff's been working on it. We have the tree lighting event tomorrow, 5:30 to 7:30. We as staff are extremely excited for that, and who knows, maybe Santa will make an appearance for the kids and girls that come to join us. This will be something that we're going to try to make lively and large and spectacular every year going forward, so we can only go up. With Public Works, I think you all saw the wire span poles and cabinets being installed with the wires going across 96th Avenue at Telluride and Reunion Parkway. The goal is to have that finally complete by the close of business tomorrow and operational. We were delayed due to inclement weather. You all probably saw also along Highway 2, we started to install the winter decorations. That was also delayed due to winter, but we're hoping to have that done by the end of this week. And we were awarded the funds for both Fairfax and Stampede Park from the Adams County Open Space. So good win for us on those two parks. That brings me to my conclusion, sir.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Seeing none, Mr. Hayter.
I have nothing to report this evening.
Thank you. Any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Noble.
I just want to make a really quick one. And I was looking at the city's Parks and Recreation guidebook and noticed that any fitness for seniors in Commerce City are not in the book. It says you must look those up on the website. If there's anything that Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas and I have learned as being part of the Senior Commission is that there are many seniors who do not have Wi-Fi access, who don't have computers, and don't have smartphones. So I would really like to encourage the city to revisit not including senior fitness in the book, because there would be no way for many of our seniors to be able to know what's available at the facilities. Thanks.
Just a point of clarification, ma'am, that's the winter spring program?
Correct. It shows things like, tours or a bus trip somewhere, but nothing about fitness classes, whether it be swimming or exercise or any of that kind of thing that is so necessary also.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go really quick. Just wanted everyone to know last Wednesday we had our diversity, equity, and inclusion meeting, and that went very well. And then also last Monday, I attended with Councilmember Douglas at the DIA Airport Center of Equity and Excellence, and they have a lot of really neat things for high school students to get them interested in aviation. Thank you.
Any other council members wish to make a report? Seeing none, I don't have anything to add this evening. At this time, I'm going to recess us to the NIGID meeting and reconvene the city council meeting following the NIGID meeting. Call the NIGID meeting to order and ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huesman.
Present.
Vice Chair Alan Thomas.
Present.
Board Member Madera. Board Member Davis. Board Member Noble. Present. Board Member Hurst. Board Member Kim.
Here.
Board Member Ford.
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
Chair Huesman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Vice Chair.
So moved.
Board Member Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 6-0, 3 excused absences. Now I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Vice Chair.
So moved.
Board Member Kim.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 6-0, 3 excused absences. We're going to have a public hearing on ordinance NIGID 182-22. It's regarding the inclusion of the lands located at the southeast corner of 104th Avenue and Potomac Street into the NIGID. This time I will open the public hearing. I'll ask, do any board members have any questions for staff? Seeing none. Do we have any virtual speakers?
No, Chair.
Do we have any in-person speakers?
No, Chair.
Did we receive any written comments?
We did not, Chair.
I will close the public hearing. This time, looking for a motion and a second to adopt ordinance NIGID 182-22 on first reading. Vice Chair.
So moved.
Board Member Kim.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt ordinance NIGID 182-22 on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will you please take a roll call vote?
Your vote is open.
Thanks, sir. Motion carries 6-0, 3 excused absences. All right, we're going to adjourn back to the city council meeting and reconvene the city council meeting. Tonight, we have 2 executive sessions. I'll ask for a motion and a vote for each session separately. First, I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E, for the purpose of determining position relative to a matter that may be subject to negotiations concerning incentives for a potential economic development project within the city. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0 with 3 excused absences. Next, I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter an executive session pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses B, for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel to receive legal advice with regard to the terms of an employment agreement for the next city manager, and also pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses E, to discuss specific terms, determine positions, and instruct legal counsel as a negotiator with regard to an employment agreement for the position of city manager with Jason Rogers. Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0 with 3 excused absences. We're now going to enter into executive session. Council will not be returning to take action following the executive session. The meeting will be immediately adjourned following the executive session. Meeting broadcast and recording are going to be ended at this time while we go into executive session. Have a good night, and I hope that we see many of you tomorrow evening at the tree lighting ceremony. And if not, have a good week.